Hello guys, welcome to Harry Fictional Hub. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Wednesday Addams found Harry in the cupboard and they formed a dark pact to destroy the ministry? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Girl. The thing about Surrey was that it tried too hard. Every hedge trimmed to precisely the same height, every lawn mowed in identical diagonal stripes, every car washed on Sunday morning at exactly 9 o'clock as though God himself had mandated it in an addendum to the 10 Commandments. Wednesday Addams noticed this the way a surgeon notices a tumor, clinically, with the understanding that something deeply unwell lurked beneath the surface. She was 11 years old, dressed in black from collar to ankle, her hair in two tight braids that hung like ropes waiting for a purpose. She walked alone down Privet Drive because her father had stopped the car 6 streets away to argue passionately with a parking meter he believed had insulted Morticia, and her mother had stayed to watch with that look she got, the one that meant she found Gomez's fury arousing. Pugsley had wandered toward a construction site with intent that Wednesday recognized but did not share. She had no interest in explosions today. Today she was cataloging. Number 2, Privet Drive. A woman watched her from behind curtains. Wednesday stared back until the curtains twitched shut. Number 4, Privet Drive. A boy was watching her from the front garden. He was on his knees in the dirt, pulling weeds from a flower bed with bare hands, and he was very small. Too small. Wednesday had studied anatomy extensively. She'd dissected 3 frogs and a suspicious amount of lunch meat, and she could see the architecture of his skeleton through his skin in ways that suggested sustained caloric deficit. His clothes hung on him like a dropped sail. 4 sizes too large. Someone else's cast-offs. He looked at her with green eyes that held no curiosity, only wariness. The wariness of a stray dog that had learned hands meant hitting. Wednesday stopped at the garden fence. "You're underfed," she said. The boy blinked. His hand paused mid-pull on a dandelion. "What?" "Underfed. Malnourished, specifically. Your wrists suggest you haven't had adequate protein in months. Possibly years." She tilted her head. "Are you a prisoner?" The boy, Harry, though she didn't know that yet, looked at her as though she'd spoken in a foreign language. Not because he didn't understand, but because no one had ever stated it so plainly. His mouth opened and closed once. He looked at the house behind him. Then back at her. "I live here," he said carefully. "That doesn't answer my question." A sound from inside. A woman's voice, shrill as a tea kettle left too long on the burner. "Boy. If those weeds aren't done by lunch, you won't be getting any." The boy flinched. Not dramatically, the way someone flinches who has long since learned that flinching dramatically makes it worse. A micro-movement. Shoulders up, head down, hands moving faster. Wednesday felt something shift behind her ribs. Not pity. She didn't do pity. Something colder. Something with teeth. "Where do you sleep?" she asked. He looked at her again. This time there was something else in those green eyes. A tiny spark of something that might have been defiance, or might have been the last ember of a fire someone had been trying to stamp out for a decade. "The cupboard," he said quietly. "Under the stairs." Wednesday Addams smiled. It was not a comforting smile. It was the smile of someone who had just found exactly what she was looking for, even though she hadn't known she was looking. "Show me," she said, and climbed the fence. The front door of number 4 was unlocked because this was the sort of neighborhood where people didn't lock doors during the day, because crime was something that happened to other people, in other places, to people who probably deserved it. Wednesday pushed it open and stepped inside. The hallway was aggressively normal. Beige carpet, beige walls, photographs on every surface of a family of 3, a horse-faced woman, a man who resembled a walrus in a suit, and a boy who appeared to be roughly spherical. In not a single photograph did the boy from the garden appear. Harry had followed her in, his expression caught between terror and something that looked almost like hunger. Not for food. For whatever was about to happen. Where? Wednesday said. He pointed at the cupboard under the stairs. A small door with a bolt on the outside. A bolt. On the outside. Wednesday opened it. Inside, a thin mattress on the floor, stained and sunken. A single blanket, threadbare. A shelf with 3 broken toy soldiers and a button. Spiders in the corners. Wednesday approved of the spiders, they at least were honest about what they were. The ceiling sloped down to nothing at the back, following the angle of the stairs above. The whole space was perhaps 4 feet by 6 feet. A coffin for someone not yet dead. She turned to Harry. How long? Since I was 1. Since they left me here. Who left you? I don't. He stopped. His jaw worked. Someone left me on the doorstep. I don't know who. The stairs above them creaked. A voice like a foghorn bellowed from somewhere upstairs, Petunia. Who's the boy talking to? Then the horse-faced woman appeared at the end of the hallway. She was drying her hands on a towel, and when she saw Wednesday standing in her hallway with the cupboard door open, her face went through several colors in rapid succession, white, red, purple, like a mood ring for the morally bankrupt. What do you think you're doing? Petunia Dursley hissed. Get out of my house. Boy, what have you done now? He's done nothing, Wednesday said. He showed me his bedroom. I wanted to see it because I've never met anyone who keeps a child in a cupboard before, and I wanted to know if it was as bad as I imagined. She paused. It's worse. How dare you? This is our home. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts when no one else, the goodness of your hearts put a bolt on the outside of a child's door. Wednesday's voice was flat. Conversational. Like discussing the weather if the weather were capable of sending you to prison. I've read about people like you. I wrote a report on them for school. My teacher gave me a B- because she said my proposed punishments were excessive and disturbing. I disagreed. Petunia's mouth was still open but no sound came out. The floorboards upstairs groaned and the walrus man appeared at the top of the stairs, his face already the color of raw steak. Who the bloody hell are you? Vernon Dursley demanded, beginning to descend. He was enormous. Wednesday noted this the way she noted all physical data, as potential leverage. Large meant slow. Large meant high center of gravity. Large meant cardiac risk factors. My name is Wednesday Addams, she said. My family is visiting England. I was walking past your home when I noticed you keep a starved child as a servant. She looked at Harry. Do they hit you? Harry said nothing. His silence was louder than a scream. Vernon Dursley reached the bottom of the stairs. His hand shot out, not toward Wednesday, but toward Harry, grabbing for the collar of his oversized shirt with the practiced ease of someone who'd done it 1,000 times. He never made contact. Wednesday moved. She was small, she was 11, but the Addams family trained their children the way other families taught them to ride bicycles, with dedication, repetition, and an acceptance that blood was part of the learning process. Her hand came up holding something thin and silver that caught the hallway light, and she placed the point of it against the inside of Vernon Dursley's wrist, right where the radial artery pulsed fat and blue beneath the skin. Vernon froze. I carry this because my mother taught me that a lady should always be prepared, Wednesday said. It's an 18th century letter opener that belonged to my great-great-aunt Calpurnia. She killed 6 men with it. Allegedly. The point pressed slightly deeper. Not enough to break skin. Enough to make a point. If you touch him again in my presence, I will open you like an envelope. The hallway was very quiet. Harry stared at her with those green eyes blown wide. Petunia had pressed herself against the wall, one hand over her mouth. Vernon's arm was still extended, frozen mid-grab, and Wednesday could see the sweat breaking out on his forehead. You're a child, Vernon managed. Yes. And you're a grown man who starves children and locks them in cupboards and grabs them by the collar when guests displease you. Between the two of us, who do you think a jury would sympathize with? She withdrew the letter opener by 1 inch. Sit down, Mr. Dursley. We're going to have a conversation, and then my parents are going to arrive, and things will become significantly worse for you. I suggest you use the intervening time to practice your apologies. Vernon sat down. Right there, on the bottom stair, his legs seeming to give out beneath him. Petunia made a sound like a stepped-on cat. Wednesday turned to Harry. Would you like to leave this house? Harry's voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. They won't let me. I wasn't asking them. Gomez Addams arrived 14 minutes later, which Wednesday knew because she'd been counting the seconds. She'd spent those 14 minutes sitting in the Dursleys' living room, on their sofa, in her black dress, the letter opener resting openly on her knee, while Vernon and Petunia sat across from her in their own chairs like hostages in their own home. Harry sat beside her. He hadn't said much. He kept looking at her as though she might disappear, as though this might be a particularly vivid dream brought on by heat exhaustion from the garden. She'd used the time productively. She'd asked Harry questions. Simple ones, in a simple voice, and slowly, piece by piece, the picture had assembled itself in her mind with the clarity of a crime scene photograph. The cupboard since age 1. The cooking since age 5, standing on a stool to reach the stove. The beatings when things went wrong, or when things went right but Dudley was in a bad mood, or when nothing at all had happened but Vernon had a bad day at work. The hair growing back overnight after Petunia shaved it off in a fury. The teacher's wig turning blue. The somehow ending up on the school roof when Dudley's gang chased him. Being told his parents were drunks who died in a car crash. Being told he was worthless. Being told he should be grateful. Each fact was a small, cold stone, and Wednesday was building something with them. A case. A weapon. A reason. Things happen around me, Harry had said, quietly, with the shame of someone confessing to a disease. Strange things. They say I'm a freak. Wednesday had looked at him for a long moment. Things happen around me too, she'd said. I've never considered it a deficiency. The front door banged open, not kicked, but thrown with such enthusiasm that it bounced off the wall and cracked the plaster. Gomez Addams swept into the hallway like a force of nature in a pinstriped suit, his mustache bristling, his eyes wild with delight at the sound of his daughter's voice calling him from the living room. Wednesday, my little Death's head. Are you well? Your mother said you'd wandered off and he appeared in the living room doorway, took in the scene, his daughter on the sofa with a letter opener and a half-starved boy, 2 terrified adults pressed into their chairs, and his energy shifted. Not diminished. Focused. The way a bonfire focuses into a cutting torch. Ah, said Gomez Addams. I see. Behind him, Morticia appeared. She moved the way smoke moves, upward, dark, inevitable. Her eyes found Harry and something ancient and fierce crossed her beautiful, pale face. Wednesday, Morticia said, her voice like velvet dragged over gravel. Explain. This is Harry, Wednesday said. He's lived in that cupboard since he was 1 year old. They starve him, beat him, and use him as household labor. Also, he's magical. Morticia's gaze moved to the Dursleys. Vernon opened his mouth. Morticia looked at him the way she looked at things she intended to end, and his mouth closed with an audible click of teeth. Gomez, darling, Morticia said. Yes, my love. Handle this. Gomez Addams grinned. It was not his usual grin of manic delight. It was sharper. The grin of a man who had studied law at the finest institutions of 3 countries and who took particular pleasure in the legal destruction of those who harmed children. Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley. He produced a card from his breast pocket and set it on the coffee table. My name is Gomez Addams. I am an attorney. I am also a father. These two facts are about to combine in a way that will be extremely unpleasant for you. He straightened. The boy is leaving with us. Tonight. Right now, in fact. You will not protest. You will not call the police, though please, feel free to try, I invite it. You will sign any documents I place before you. In exchange, I will not, tonight, pursue the criminal charges that would see you both in prison and your biological son in foster care. I say, tonight, because I haven't yet decided about tomorrow. You can't just, Vernon started, and his voice came out smaller than anyone in the room had ever heard it. I can. Gomez's voice was cheerful. Terrifyingly cheerful. I have resources you cannot fathom, Mr. Dursley. I have lawyers in 46 countries. I have relationships with judges and magistrates and people whose titles I cannot legally disclose. I once sued a railroad into bankruptcy for disturbing my wife's garden. A railroad, Mr. Dursley. You, by comparison, are not even a challenge. You are a footnote. Morticia had crossed to Harry. She knelt, Morticia Addams, in her floor-length black gown, knelt on the beige carpet of number 4 Privet Drive, and she looked at Harry with those dark eyes that held no pity, only recognition. Child, she said. Has anyone ever told you that you deserve better than this? Harry shook his head. His eyes were wet, though no tears fell. He seemed to be holding them back through sheer force of will, as though crying were another thing that got you hit. Then I am telling you now. Morticia took his thin hands in her cold, ringed fingers. You deserve better than this. You deserve better than these people. And you are coming with us, if you wish to. Harry's voice cracked. I don't even know you. Wednesday, beside him, said, we're the Addams family. We're strange, we're frightening, and we take care of our own. I've decided you're one of ours. She said it with absolute certainty, the way she said everything. Not as an offer. As a statement of fact. Harry looked at her. At this girl in black who'd appeared out of nowhere and put a blade to his uncle's wrist and called her parents and was now sitting beside him like a small, deadly guardian angel. Okay, he said. The Dursleys did not protest. They signed. Gomez produced documents from somewhere. Wednesday suspected he kept spare custody papers on his person the way other men kept handkerchiefs, and they signed everything. Petunia's hand shook so badly her signature was barely legible. Vernon's was a furious scrawl, the pen nearly tearing through the paper. Neither of them looked at Harry. Harry had nothing to pack. Nothing in the cupboard was worth taking. He walked out of number 4, Privet Drive with nothing but the oversized clothes on his back and the strange, dazed expression of someone who'd just been pulled from deep water and wasn't sure yet if they were breathing or drowning. Wednesday walked beside him. She did not hold his hand. She was not a hand-holding sort of person, but she walked close enough that her shoulder nearly brushed his, and she did not look back at the house either. Where are we going? Harry asked as they approached the car, a massive black thing that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Tonight, our hotel, Wednesday said. Tomorrow, I'm not certain yet. But eventually. Wherever we need to go to make sure this never happens to anyone again. Harry got in the car. The hotel was in London, and it was the sort of hotel that Wednesday's family favored, old, dark, with the kind of grandeur that suggested it had witnessed at least 3 murders and been discreet about all of them. The suite took up most of the top floor. There were rooms and rooms, all high ceilings and heavy curtains, and Harry walked through them touching things gently with his fingertips as though expecting to be told to stop at any moment. No one told him to stop. Pugsley was there, eating something from room service that appeared to involve an entire roasted bird. He looked up when they entered, took in Harry's size and state, and said, "Do you want a drumstick?" This was, from Pugsley, an extraordinary gesture of welcome. He did not typically share food. Harry ate. And ate. And ate. Not frantically, carefully, methodically, as though he knew from experience that eating too much too fast after going hungry would make him sick. Wednesday watched this and added another stone to the structure she was building in her mind. Morticia ran a bath. She did not ask Harry if he wanted one, she simply announced that it was ready, that there were fresh clothes, Pugsley's, which would be too large but in a different way than Dudley's. Pugsley was broad and solid, not bloated and mean, and that no one would bother him. Harry was in the bath for 45 minutes. When he came out, his hair was still wild, it appeared to resist all attempts at organization, which Wednesday respected, but his skin was clean and his eyes were less hollow. He sat on the enormous sofa in the suite's living room and pulled his knees up to his chest, making himself small out of habit. Wednesday sat in the armchair across from him. Her parents were in the next room, speaking in low voices, planning, she knew. Gomez would be making calls. Morticia would be deciding who needed to die, metaphorically or otherwise. The strange things that happen around you, Wednesday said. Tell me about them. Harry told her. The hair growing back. The glass vanishing at the zoo, releasing a boa constrictor that had thanked him in what he now realized might have been actual language. The jumper that shrank when Petunia tried to force it over his head until it was too small for a hand puppet. The somehow teleporting to the school roof. Wednesday listened without interruption. When he finished, she said, my Uncle Fester can generate electricity from his body. My grandmother can brew potions that alter physical reality. My Aunt Calpurnia could communicate with the dead, though she said they were boring conversationalists. She leaned forward. What you're describing is magic, Harry. Real magic. You're a wizard. Harry stared at her. That's not possible. I've seen you grow hair back overnight and teleport to a rooftop. I've seen my father set things on fire by wanting to badly enough. Nothing is impossible, some things are merely unlikely. She paused. The question isn't whether you're magical. The question is, who put you in that house knowing what you were, and why didn't they come back for you? Harry had no answer for that. But the question sat between them like a lit fuse, and Wednesday could see it working behind his eyes, the realization that if he was magical, if there was a world of magic, then someone in that world had put him in a cupboard and left him there for 10 years. Someone had chosen this for him. Tomorrow, Wednesday said, we're going to find out who. My father has business at a bank called Gringotts. It's run by goblins and it exists beneath London. I've been looking forward to it for weeks. Goblins, Harry repeated faintly. Yes. They're reportedly quite vicious. I find that admirable in a financial institution. Harry almost smiled. Not quite, the muscles seemed unpracticed, but almost. You're very strange, he said. Thank you. I meant, he stopped. Started again. I meant, you walked in and no one's ever, he was struggling with something too big for his vocabulary, an emotion he'd never been allowed to name. No one's ever seen you, Wednesday said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. Once. Tight. I see you, she said. And what I see is someone who's been kept in a box and told he should be grateful for the box. You are not grateful. You should not be. You have been done a monstrous wrong, Harry, and someone in the magical world is responsible for it. Tomorrow we begin finding out who. She stood up. But tonight, you should sleep. In a bed. With a door that locks from the inside. She showed him the guest room, larger than the entire ground floor of number 4, with a bed that could have fit 4 of him. She showed him the lock on the door. She watched him test it 3 times, opening and closing, confirming that it worked, that it responded to his hand from the inside. Wednesday, he said, as she turned to leave. She stopped. Why? He asked. You don't know me. Your family doesn't know me. Why are you doing this? She considered the question. She was not, by nature, someone who did things for others. She was not kind. She was not charitable. She did not rescue things, she observed, she catalogued, she occasionally experimented. So why? Because I looked in that cupboard, she said, and I recognized something. What? Someone like me. Someone who has been told their whole life that what they are is wrong, and who has never believed it. She fixed him with her flat, dark stare. You've never believed them, have you? That you're worthless. That you're a freak. You've pretended. You've played small. But you've never believed it. Harry's chin lifted. Just slightly. A fraction of an inch. But in that fraction was something that hadn't existed an hour ago, or maybe it had always existed and was only now being allowed to show itself. No, he said. I never believed them. Good. Wednesday nodded once. Then we have work to do. Sleep. Tomorrow we start. She pulled the door closed behind her and heard the lock click. She stood in the hallway for a moment, listening. No sound from inside. He was probably lying in that enormous bed staring at the ceiling, trying to process the fact that his life had just detonated and reformed into something unrecognizable. Wednesday understood the feeling. She walked back to the living room, where Gomez and Morticia were now seated together on the sofa, Morticia's hand on Gomez's arm in that way that meant she was both calming him and directing him. I want to know everything, Wednesday said, sitting in the armchair and folding her hands. Who put him there? Who knew? Who did nothing? Gomez's mustache twitched. I've made some calls. The Addams name carries weight in the goblin banking world, something to do with your great-uncle Mortimer's gambling debts. Actually, they still speak of them with admiration. Gringotts has agreed to a meeting tomorrow. Full account access, full disclosure of the Potter estate. Potter, Wednesday repeated. That's his surname. Harry Potter. Morticia's voice was careful. Measured. Wednesday, when you said he was magical, you're certain? Completely. Then we may be dealing with something larger than child abuse. Morticia's fingers tightened on Gomez's arm. I've heard that name. Potter. In the magical circles your grandmother moves in. It carries significance. What kind of significance? The kind that involves war, death, and prophecy. Morticia's dark eyes were serious. Which means whoever placed him in that house may have had reasons, terrible reasons, but reasons, and that makes them more dangerous than simple negligence would imply. Wednesday processed this. Reasons. Someone had looked at a baby whose parents had died, she was already certain the parents were dead, everything pointed to it, and decided that a cupboard under the stairs in a house of hateful people was the correct destination. This was not an accident. This was a decision. Then they are complicit, Wednesday said. Reasons are not excuses. If there is a magical government, and there must be, if there are banks and schools, then that government is responsible for the welfare of magical children. They placed him there, or they knew and did nothing. Either way. Either way, Gomez agreed, and his grin was back, the sharp one. The legal one. Tomorrow we find out which. And then? Morticia asked, though she already knew. Then we respond appropriately, Wednesday said. Morticia smiled. It was the same smile as Wednesday's, the one that made people nervous, the one that suggested something final. That's my girl. Wednesday did not sleep easily that night. This was not unusual, she rarely slept easily, her mind was not the sort that quieted on command. But tonight it was specifically active, turning over the data she'd collected like puzzle pieces, trying to fit them into a shape she could act on. A magical child placed with abusive muggles. Deliberately. By someone with authority. A surname that carried weight in magical circles. War, death, prophecy. She rose at 3 in the morning and padded through the dark suite in bare feet to the hallway. The door to Harry's room was closed, locked. She listened. Nothing. Then, very quietly, a sound. Not crying. Not quite. A sharp breath, a small noise, the sound of someone having a nightmare and trying not to make a sound even in sleep. Because making sounds got you in trouble. Because disturbance had consequences. Wednesday sat down in the hallway with her back against the wall beside his door. She did not open it, she would not violate the locked door she had shown him, would not teach him that locks were meaningless. But she sat there, in the dark, and she was present. A sentinel. After a time, the sounds from inside quieted. Harry slept. Wednesday stayed. At 5 in the morning, she returned to her own room and lay in bed with her eyes open, staring at the ceiling, and she thought about power. Not the power to hurt people, she'd always had that, it was easy, it was boring. The power to change things. To take a system that hurt people and break it apart and build something else from the wreckage. She thought about Harry's face when she'd said "I see you." The way his chin had lifted. The ember that had caught. She thought, I am going to find out who did this to him, and I am going to make them answer for it. Not in a cupboard. Not in silence. Publicly. Undeniably. In a way that makes it impossible for them to ever do it again. This was not mercy. This was not rescue. This was something colder and more enduring. This was a pact. Harry was awake before anyone else. He was standing in the sweets kitchen at 6 in the morning, making breakfast, eggs, toast, bacon, moving around the space with the automatic efficiency of someone for whom cooking was a survival skill, not a choice. Wednesday found him there when she emerged, and for a moment she watched him from the doorway. His shoulders were tense. He was waiting to be told that last night had been a mistake, that he needed to go back, that this wasn't really happening. You don't have to do that, she said. He turned, spatula in hand. Do what? Cook. Clean. Earn your keep. She walked to the counter and sat on one of the tall stools. That's what you're doing. Making yourself useful so we won't send you back. He opened his mouth to deny it. Closed it. The spatula trembled slightly in his grip. We're not sending you back, Wednesday said. This is not conditional on your behavior. You could set the hotel on fire right now and my father would simply apologize to the management and pay for the damages and we would still not send you back. She paused. Though if you're going to set the hotel on fire, please tell me first so I can watch. Harry laughed. It was small and surprised, like it had escaped before he could catch it. He looked almost guilty about it, and then the guilt faded and he laughed again, a little louder, and Wednesday felt that shift behind her ribs again, the one with teeth. The eggs are burning, she said. Oh, he turned back to the pan, rescued the eggs, plated them with practiced speed. He set a plate in front of her without thinking about it, the muscle memory of service, and then froze, realizing what he'd done. Thank you, Wednesday said, and picked up a fork, and that was that. She ate his eggs and they were perfect and she said so, because it was true, and because she suspected no one had ever told him that something he'd made was good. You don't have to be nice to me, Harry said, sitting across from her with his own plate. I mean, you don't seem like the type. I'm not. I'm being honest. There's a difference. If the eggs were terrible, I would say that instead. She ate another bite. But they're not. They're excellent. Which makes sense, you've been cooking since you were 5. That's 6 years of practice. Even torture produces competence, apparently. He flinched at the word torture. Then he seemed to hear it again, turn it over, and realize that she'd named the thing for what it was. Not chores. Not discipline. Not earning your keep. Torture. It wasn't, he started, and then stopped, because he couldn't finish that sentence. It was. He knew it was. He'd always known it was. But no one had ever used the word before, and hearing it spoken aloud in a calm, flat voice by a girl eating his scrambled eggs made it real in a way it hadn't been before. "We don't have to talk about it now," Wednesday said. "Or ever, if you prefer. It changes nothing about what happens next." "What does happen next?" "We go to Gringotts. We find out who you are in the magical world. We find out who put you in that house and why. And then," she set down her fork and looked at him directly. "What do you want, Harry? If you could have anything. Do anything." He thought about it. Really thought, his brow furrowing, those green eyes going distant. And when he spoke, his voice was quiet but sure. "I want them to be afraid," he said. "Everyone who knew. Everyone who could have helped and didn't. I want them to know what it feels like." Wednesday felt her mouth curve. Not a smile, a recognition. A mirror. "Then we want the same thing," she said. "I find inefficient systems offensive. You were failed by a system. The people within it made choices, calculated, deliberate choices, that resulted in your suffering. This is not acceptable to me, and it shouldn't be acceptable to you." She extended her hand across the counter. "I propose an alliance. A pact. We find out who's responsible, and we dismantle them. Not violently, or not only violently. Completely. Structurally. We pull out the foundations and let it all come down." Harry looked at her hand. Small, pale, steady. The hand that had held a letter opener to his uncle's wrist without trembling. The hand of someone who did not bluff, did not waver, did not offer anything she didn't intend to deliver. He took it. "Pact," he said. They shook once. Firm. Final. "Now," Wednesday said, withdrawing her hand and picking up her fork again. "Tell me everything you know about what happened to your parents. Every scrap, every lie, every half-truth the Dursleys let slip." Harry told her. It wasn't much, they'd told him almost nothing, and what they'd told him was lies. But lies, Wednesday knew, were data too. Lies told you what someone was trying to hide. The car crash story told her the death was violent and they wanted it to seem mundane. The insistence that his parents were worthless drunks told her they were likely the opposite, people of substance, of significance. The rage that emerged whenever Harry did something magical told her his parents' magic was known, and feared, and hated. "They called me a freak," Harry said. "My aunt, she'd say you're just like your mother, like it was the worst thing she could imagine." "Your mother was magical." "I think so. My aunt hated her for it." "Jealousy," Wednesday diagnosed immediately. "Your aunt is non-magical. Her sister was. She was never special enough. So she punished you for it instead. She filed this away." It was useful, it confirmed that Harry's placement was with people who would actively suppress and punish his magical nature. Whoever chose this placement either didn't know or didn't care. Both options were damning. Gomez appeared in the kitchen doorway, already fully dressed in a three-piece suit with a silk tie that had tiny skulls on it if you looked closely. He was vibrating with the particular energy he got before a legal battle, half bloodlust, half showmanship. "Children," he announced. "Today we storm a goblin bank and demand answers about the flagrant mishandling of a miner's welfare and estate. Breakfast first, revolution second. Who wants waffles?" "We've eaten," Wednesday said. "Excellent. Then revolution first. The car is downstairs. Morticia is already in it. She said she wants to arrive before the bank opens so we can make them open it for us specifically, which I found incredibly attractive." He beamed at Harry. "My boy, you look considerably less skeletal than yesterday. How do you feel?" Harry blinked at the sheer force of Gomez Addams at full morning energy. Fine. Good. I'm not sure. Confused is fine. Confused is natural. The important thing is you're fed, you're rested, and you're surrounded by people who would cheerfully commit crimes for you. Gomez clapped him on the shoulder, gently, Wednesday noticed. Her father was many things, but unobservant was not one of them. He'd seen the flinching. He'd calibrated. Come along. Goblins wait for no man, but they'll wait for an Addams. The leaky cauldron was invisible to most people. Wednesday saw it immediately, which confirmed something she'd begun to suspect, that the Addams family's long history of interaction with the strange and arcane wasn't mere eccentricity. There was magic in her blood too. Not the wand-waving kind, perhaps, but something adjacent. Something that let her see what was hidden. Harry saw it too, of course. He stopped dead on the sidewalk, staring at the shabby pub that appeared between two shops like a secret told too loudly. You see it, Wednesday said. How is that? Everyone's just walking past, because they can't see it. We can. Shall we? Inside, the pub was dark and the people were strange, and Harry was recognized immediately. A woman in green robes dropped her drink. The bartender, a bald man with a face like a friendly brick, nearly fell over the bar. Bless my soul, Harry Potter, and then everyone was standing, reaching, wanting to shake his hand, wanting to touch him, and Harry looked like a rabbit caught in headlights, overwhelmed, confused, shrinking, and Wednesday stepped between him and the crowd with the authority of someone 3 times her age. No, she said, and the single word cut through the noise. He is not shaking hands. He is not being touched. You may look, and then you will move aside, and we will be continuing to the bank. The crowd faltered. Gomez materialized behind her, 6 feet of pinstriped menace, and Morticia beside him like a pale flame in the dimness. The crowd didn't just falter, it parted. They passed through quickly. Harry was breathing hard beside her, not from exertion, from shock. They know me, he whispered. They all know me. Why do they all know me? That's what we're here to find out. The back wall opened at Gomez's tap. He'd been to Diagon Alley before, Wednesday realized. Her family knew this world, or at least its edges, and the alley stretched before them in all its chaotic, magical glory. Shops and people and owls and things flying and things smoking and things growing in ways that defied biology. Wednesday catalogued it all and filed it for later. Now was not the time for tourism. Now was for Gringotts. The bank loomed at the end of the alley, white marble, bronze doors, and goblins. The goblins were magnificent. 3 feet tall, sharp-toothed, with eyes that calculated your net worth before you finished crossing the threshold. Wednesday respected them instantly. Gomez Addams, her father said to the goblin at the front desk, producing a card that was black and embossed with something Wednesday couldn't read. I have an appointment with the Potter account manager. I believe we discussed this last evening. The goblin looked at the card. His expression didn't change. Goblin expressions had one setting, and it was contempt, but something shifted in his bearing. The card disappeared into a drawer. Griphook will take you to Director Ragnarok's office, the goblin said. The director handles the Potter accounts personally. Ragnarok himself? Gomez's eyebrows rose. The accounts must be substantial. The accounts, the goblin said, with the smallest twitch of his thin mouth, are considerable. They were led through marble corridors that descended into the earth, past vaults and tunnels and things that glinted gold in torchlight. Harry walked beside Wednesday, his eyes huge, his breath catching at every new sight. But he wasn't afraid. She could see that. The fear was gone, replaced by that ember, growing, catching. Director Ragnarok's office was carved from solid granite, deep beneath London. The goblin behind the desk was old, ancient, perhaps, by human standards, and his eyes were black and sharp as obsidian blades. He looked at Harry, and something crossed his face that might have been satisfaction. Harry Potter, Ragnarok said. We have been waiting for you to appear. You were expected at age 7, per your parents' will. My parents' will, Harry repeated. Indeed. A will which has been sealed by the magical ministry since the night of their death, against our strenuous objections. Ragnarok smiled, and it was all teeth. We goblins do not appreciate interference in our banking affairs. The ministry has overstepped, and we have been waiting for the opportunity to push back. Sealed by the ministry, Wednesday said. Which means someone in the ministry didn't want him to know what his parents left him. What does the will say? Ragnarok looked at her. His black eyes assessed her with the same mercantile precision she'd seen in the lobby goblins, but deeper, reading not wealth but worth. Under normal circumstances, we would require proof of identity and guardianship before disclosing. I have guardianship papers signed by his previous guardians, Gomez said, producing the documents from the night before. These are Muggle documents. Magical custody was never legally transferred from Harry's parents to the Dursleys in the first place, Wednesday interrupted. She'd been thinking about this. You said there was a will. If the will specifies guardians, and those guardians were ignored, then the placement itself was illegal. Which means no one has legal custody. Which means the first person to claim it with legitimate documentation, even Muggle documentation, has the strongest case. Ragnarok looked at her for a long moment. Then he laughed, a short, sharp bark of a sound, like gravel being crushed. The Addams family, he said. Yes. I can see why your ancestors were our preferred clients. He turned to his desk, withdrew a thick folder bound in leather and sealed with wax. This is the Potter will. The seal placed by the ministry has been, in our view, illegal from the moment it was applied. We have simply lacked the appropriate party to challenge it. He looked at Harry. Mr. Potter. Do you wish to hear your parents' final wishes? Harry nodded. He couldn't speak. His hands were shaking, just slightly, and Wednesday, without looking, without making it obvious, shifted her weight so that her arm pressed against his. Solid. Present. I'm here. Ragnarok broke the seal. The will was straightforward. James and Lily Potter left everything to their son Harry, a substantial fortune in gold, properties, investments, and artifacts. Their specified guardians, in order, Sirius Black, Alice and Frank Longbottom, Minerva McGonagall, and under absolutely no circumstances Petunia and Vernon Dursley. This last line was underlined. Twice. Under no circumstances, Wednesday repeated. They specifically excluded the Dursleys. Explicitly, Ragnarok confirmed. And yet the child was placed there. Not by us. Not through any legal magical mechanism we can identify. The placement was made by a single individual acting outside the law. Who? Harry's voice was rough. Barely controlled. Ragnarok looked at him with something that might have been respect. The record names Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The room was silent. Then Gomez whistled, low and impressed. The top man himself, he said. That's not negligence. That's policy. He went against my parents' will, Harry said, and his voice was harder now, colder, and the ember Wednesday had been watching was no longer an ember, it was catching, spreading, becoming something with heat and light. He put me there on purpose. He knew they said no. He did it anyway. Yes, Wednesday said. And now we know. Which means now we can act. She looked at Ragnarok. Director. I assume Gringotts has no love for the ministry's interference in banking affairs. Your assumption is correct. Then I propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. We intend to challenge Dumbledore's actions legally and publicly. This will require documentation, access, and the breaking of several ministry seals on Potter family records. Gringotts provides this, and in doing so, establishes the precedent that the ministry cannot seal goblin-held documents without goblin consent. Ragnarok's smile widened. It was terrifying. Miss Addams. I believe this is the beginning of a very profitable relationship. Wednesday didn't smile back. She never smiled when she was satisfied, satisfaction was internal. But she felt it, the first piece clicking into place. The first domino positioned. Beside her, Harry stood straighter than she'd ever seen him. His fists were clenched at his sides and his green eyes burned behind those round glasses, and he looked, for the first time, like someone who was done being small. "What else did they seal?" Harry asked. "What else are they hiding?" Ragnar's black eyes gleamed. "Mr. Potter, you have no idea how much we've been hoping someone would ask us that." The goblin reached beneath his desk and produced file after file after file, a decade of sealed documents, hidden truths, and buried secrets, and spread them across the granite surface like a declaration of war. Wednesday pulled a chair closer to the desk. Harry did the same. They began to read. Chapter 2, The Old World Burned So Politely They read for 6 hours. Ragnar supplied tea, black, bitter, served in cups that appeared to be carved from bone, and the files spread across the granite desk like an autopsy of Harry's stolen childhood. The Potter estate was vast. Not merely wealthy, influential. Seats on the Wiesengemot. Voting shares in magical enterprises. Properties across Britain and continental Europe. An investment portfolio that the goblins had been managing in trust for 10 years, growing steadily despite the ministry's repeated attempts to redirect funds for public works, which Ragnar translated, with contempt dripping from every syllable, as line the pockets of whoever happened to be minister that year. "They've been stealing from him," Gomez said, halfway through the financial records, his voice carrying that particular vibration it got when legal outrage met personal fury. "Not even subtly. Look at this, authorized withdrawals by the Chief Warlock's office, no counter-signature from the account holder or any designated guardian. That's," he turned to Ragnar. "That's not legal even under magical law, is it?" "It is not," Ragnar confirmed. "We protested each withdrawal. We were overruled by the Wiesengemot, which Dumbledore chairs. You see the difficulty." Wednesday wasn't looking at the financial records. She was looking at something else, a file marked sealed, Classification Omega, Ministry for Magic, Department of Mysteries. It detailed a prophecy. She read it twice, absorbing the implications, and then she slid it across the desk to Harry without comment. He read it. His face didn't change, or rather, it changed in the way a lake changes when it freezes. Something that had been moving went still and hard. "So I'm supposed to kill someone," Harry said. "Or be killed by someone." "A Dark Lord called Voldemort," Wednesday said. "Who killed your parents. Who the entire magical world believes you somehow defeated as an infant." She paused. "This is why they know your name. This is why the pub reacted. You're famous for surviving. Famous for being orphaned." Harry's voice was flat. "And Dumbledore knew. He knew about the prophecy, he knew what was coming for me eventually, and his plan was to leave me in a cupboard until I was old enough to be useful." "That appears to be the case, yes." Harry was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was different, older, harder, decided. "Then the ministry, Dumbledore, all of them, they're not just negligent. They've been raising a weapon. Keeping it locked away until they need it." "Yes. I won't be that." He looked at her. "I won't be their weapon." "No," Wednesday agreed. "You'll be ours." Harry almost smiled at that. "Almost. How is that different?" "Because I'm asking." They never did. That sat between them, and Harry nodded once, slow and certain. Gomez was still reading, muttering in Spanish. He always reverted to Spanish when truly outraged, and Morticia had a file of her own, one concerning something called the Order of the Phoenix, which appeared to be Dumbledore's personal paramilitary organization. The members' names were listed. Some were dead. Some had fought in the war against Voldemort. All of them had, presumably, known where baby Harry had been placed. None of them checked, Morticia said quietly. She set the file down with exaggerated care, the way she handled things when she was controlling the urge to set them on fire. 10 years. Not one of them checked on the child. The file references something called blood wards, Ragnarok said. Ancient protection magic tied to the mother's sacrifice. Dumbledore's stated justification for the placement: the boy needed to live with a blood relative of his mother for the wards to function. And did they function? Wednesday asked. Ragnarok's smile was thin as a razor. That is an interesting question, Miss Addams. The wards require love. Familial love, freely given. They are powered by the guardian's affection for the child. He let that statement hang in the air like a noose. Given what you've told me about the boy's treatment, I suspect the wards failed years ago. If they ever functioned at all. So even his excuse was worthless, Harry said. Even his excuse was worthless, Ragnarok confirmed. Wednesday stood. She'd been sitting for 6 hours and her body was stiff, but her mind was crystalline, sharp and ordered, every piece in its place. Director Ragnarok. We need several things. First, a full accounting of every galleon withdrawn from the Potter vaults without authorization, with documentation sufficient for legal proceedings. Second, copies of the sealed will, the guardianship records, and the prophecy file, certified by Gringotts. Third, I need to know who in the ministry authorized the sealing of these documents, every name, every signature. You shall have all of it within 24 hours. And fourth. Wednesday paused. Harry needs a wand. Ragnarok's eyebrows, such as they were, rose. Ollivander's is on the alley above. Though I suspect Mr. Ollivander will find Mr. Potter a memorable customer. We'll go now. Wednesday looked at Harry. We have a long summer ahead of us, and you need to be armed. Harry stood. He looked different than he had 6 hours ago, still thin, still wearing Pugsley's too large clothes, still marked by the decade behind him. But something in his bearing had shifted. Knowledge was armor, and he'd spent 6 hours strapping it on. They left Ragnarok's office with a folder of documents thick enough to bludgeon someone with, which Wednesday considered a bonus. Diagon Alley in mid-morning was chaos. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, owls overhead, shop windows displaying things that moved and sparked and occasionally exploded. Pugsley would have loved it. Wednesday noted the locations of the apothecary, the bookshop, and the shop that appeared to sell exclusively cursed objects, priorities for later. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty and packed floor to ceiling with thin boxes. The man himself appeared between two shelves like a cobweb given sentience, silver-eyed, ancient, vibrating with some internal frequency that made the hairs on Wednesday's arms stand up. Ah, said Ollivander, and his pale eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on indecent. I wondered when I'd see you, Mr. Potter. I remember every wand I've ever sold. Your mother, willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. Your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, superb for transfiguration. His gaze flickered to Harry's forehead, to the scar. And the wand that gave you that scar. 13½ inches. You. I sold that too. I remember. Then you know who I am, Harry said. Not a question. His voice was steady. Everyone knows who you are, dear boy. Then you know I need something good. Ollivander blinked. The request, the directness of it, seemed to catch him off guard. Children usually stood here nervous, unsure, letting the wandmaker lead. Harry was not doing that. Harry was asking for a weapon. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Then let's find out what chooses me. Ollivander studied him for a long moment, those silver eyes reading something invisible. Then he smiled, a strange, excited smile, and disappeared between the shelves. What followed was extraordinary. Wand after wand pressed into Harry's hand, maple, beech, ebony, cedar, each producing sparks or smoke or small disasters as Harry waved them. A shelf caught fire. A window cracked. A stack of boxes launched themselves at the ceiling. With each failed wand, Ollivander grew more animated rather than less, his eyes brighter, his movements faster, muttering to himself. Tricky customer, unusual combination, perhaps, yes, I wonder. He vanished into the very back of the shop, where the dust was thicker and the light didn't quite reach. He returned carrying a single box, and his hands were careful with it, reverent. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said, opening the box. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Try this. Harry took the wand. The shop went warm. Not hot, warm. Like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, like a hearth catching fire in a cold room. Golden light spiraled up from the wand's tip, dancing around Harry's fingers, his wrist, his arm, wreathing him in something that pulsed with power. The boxes on the shelves rattled. The dust motes in the air ignited into tiny sparks. The window that had cracked earlier healed itself with a sound like a bell. Harry stared at the wand in his hand, and his expression was something Wednesday had never seen before, not on him, not on anyone. It was the face of someone who'd just been handed back a piece of themselves they didn't know was missing. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. Yes, very good. But curious. Very curious." "What's curious?" Wednesday asked from the doorway, where she'd been watching. Ollivander looked at her as though seeing her for the first time. His silver eyes widened fractionally. "And who, my dear, you're not a witch, precisely, are you? But you're not nothing either. How peculiar. How delightfully peculiar." "The curious thing," Wednesday repeated. "About his wand." "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand, Mr. Potter, gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The shop was very quiet. Harry looked at the wand, and his grip didn't loosen. If anything, it tightened. "Good," Harry said. Ollivander tilted his head. "Good. It means I'm already connected to him. When he comes back, and he will come back, won't he? People like that always come back, I'll already have a direct line." Harry looked at the wand-maker with those burning green eyes. "I expect to do great things with this, Mr. Ollivander. Terrible, maybe. But great." Ollivander's smile was wide and wondering and slightly afraid. "He said exactly those words to me. 50 years ago. The owner of the other wand." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I said them." He paid for the wand, from the Potter vault, finally the key handed over by Ragnarok with ceremony, and they left Ollivander standing among his dusty shelves, looking like a man who'd just witnessed something he couldn't quite categorize. Outside, Wednesday said, "That was dramatic. I learned from the best." Harry's mouth twitched. "You threatened my uncle with a letter opener within 5 minutes of meeting me. You don't get to criticize dramatic." "I wasn't criticizing. I was noting." She looked at the wand in his hand. He hadn't put it away, hadn't slid it into a pocket or a holster. He held it openly, in broad daylight, like a sword. "Can you feel it? The magic?" "I've always felt it," Harry said. "I just didn't know what it was. Now I do. It's like," he struggled for the words. "Like a river. It was always flowing but someone had dammed it up. And now the dam's cracking. Then let's break it the rest of the way. Flourish and Blots is 3 doors down. We need books." They spent the next 2 hours in the bookshop. Not browsing, hunting. Wednesday selected texts with the precision of a general choosing weapons, the standard book of spells, all 7 years, not merely year 1, Advanced Theory of Magic, A History of the Ministry for Magic, useful for understanding the enemy's structure, Defensive Magical Theory, and its more interesting companion, Offensive Magical Applications, which was shelved in the restricted section but which Gomez purchased without blinking after a quiet word with the shopkeeper. Harry chose instinctively, drawn to books on dueling, on wandless magic, on the dark arts. The dark arts section, Gomez noted approvingly, peering over Harry's shoulder. Excellent taste. Know thy enemy and all that. I want to know what he knows, Harry said, meaning Voldemort. Everything he knows. All of it. If we're connected, if our wands are brothers, then I'm not going into this ignorant. Spoken like an Addams, Gomez said, and the pride in his voice was real and warm, and it hit Harry somewhere he wasn't prepared for. He ducked his head, jaw tight, and didn't speak for a moment. Wednesday saw this. She said nothing. But she added a book to the pile, A Clemency, The Art of Mental Defense, and moved on. They returned to the hotel in the afternoon with bags full of books, a wand, and the beginnings of a war chest. Morticia was waiting in the suite with tea and a visitor. The visitor was tall, thin, ancient, and wearing robes of deep purple covered in silver stars. His beard reached his waist. His eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles with the practiced warmth of a man who had perfected the appearance of benevolence over a century of politics. Albus Dumbledore sat in their hotel suite like a king making a house call, and when Harry walked through the door and saw him, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Literally. Wednesday watched frost crackle across the window nearest Harry, saw Dumbledore's eyes widen fractionally behind his glasses, and felt a fierce satisfaction. Ah, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. Harry, my boy, I am not your boy. Harry's voice was quiet. The frost spread further, creeping down the wall behind him. You don't get to call me that. Dumbledore paused mid-step. The twinkle in his eyes didn't quite fade, but it dimmed, a candle in a draught. I understand you must be confused, Harry. There is much to explain, we've already had it explained, Wednesday said, moving to stand beside Harry. By Gringotts. By the goblins who've been trying for 10 years to execute a will that you sealed. We know about the prophecy. We know about the placement. We know about the ward justification that required love from people incapable of it. Dumbledore's gaze moved to her. He assessed her the way Ollivander had, reading something invisible, and whatever he saw made his expression shift. Not quite alarm. Wariness. The wariness of someone encountering a variable they hadn't accounted for. And you are? Wednesday Addams. The person who found Harry in a cupboard yesterday while you were doing whatever it is you do instead of checking on the children you dispose of. My dear girl, I am not dear. I am not your girl. And you are in our hotel room, which means you are a guest here, not us. Sit down, Professor. You're going to answer questions now. Morticia, from her position on the sofa, said nothing. But her dark eyes were fixed on Dumbledore with an expression that could have peeled paint, and her presence in the room was a statement in itself. You are dealing with us now, not a child alone. Dumbledore sat. He did it gracefully. The man clearly had a century of practice at maintaining dignity in difficult moments, but Wednesday noted the way his hand moved slightly toward his pocket. His wand. He was nervous. Good. How did you find us? Gomez asked, leaning against the mantelpiece with deceptive casualness. The trace detected Harry's wand purchase. I was alerted through Hogwarts monitoring systems when a wand bonded with a student on our enrollment list. Dumbledore's voice was measured, careful. I came because I was concerned. Harry was supposed to remain with his family, the Dursleys are not his family. Harry said it like a blade falling. They never were. You knew that. My parents will said, specifically, explicitly, not them. And you did it anyway. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Something that might have been pain flickered behind the spectacles, or the performance of pain, which was different. Wednesday couldn't yet tell which. Harry, I made the choice I believed would keep you safe, safe. Harry laughed, and it was an ugly sound. I slept in a cupboard for 10 years. I was beaten. I was starved. I was told I was worthless every single day of my life. That's what your safety looked like. The blood wards don't work without love, Wednesday cut in. Ragnarok confirmed it. The wards failed years ago, if they ever existed at all. Which means you either knew and didn't care, or you never checked. Which is it? Dumbledore's silence lasted 3 seconds. 3 seconds was a long time for a man who always had an answer. I made mistakes, he said finally. Quietly. I placed monitors. I was told, by whom? Arabella Figg. A squib who lived nearby. She reported that Harry was, what? Well-fed? Happy? Loved? Harry's voice cracked on the last word. The frost on the windows thickened. A glass on the side table shattered. Nobody moved. Thin, Dumbledore said. Quiet. But alive. Safe from Voldemort, Harry said. But not from them. You chose which danger mattered and you chose wrong. Or you chose exactly right, for what you needed. A weapon that was grateful. A weapon that had nowhere else to go. A weapon that would do whatever you said because you were the first person to be kind to it. Dumbledore's face was very still. That was never my intention. Your intention doesn't matter. Wednesday's voice was ice. Results matter. Outcomes matter. A child was abused for 10 years under your direct placement and protection. Whether you intended it is irrelevant, you enabled it. And the magical government you lead sealed the will that would have prevented it, took money from the vault of an orphan, and maintained a system in which no one checked, no one intervened, and no one cared. The system is broken. We know. That's why we're going to break it further. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. The twinkle was gone entirely now. What remained was something older, harder, the intelligence of a man who had fought dark lords and won, a man who played chess with nations. I would caution you, he said carefully, against making enemies of those who want to help you. You've had 10 years to help, Harry said. We found each other yesterday and accomplished more in 24 hours than you managed in a decade. I have my parents' will. I have my vault. I have a wand. I have people around me who actually give a damn whether I'm alive or dead. He stepped forward, and the air around him crackled, the room's ambient magic responding to his emotional state, bending toward him like iron filings toward a magnet. So I don't need your help, Professor. What I need from you is to stay out of my way. Dumbledore stood. Slowly, with the careful movements of a man reassessing everything. His gaze moved from Harry to Wednesday to Morticia to Gomez, reading the room, calculating odds, adjusting strategy. You will still come to Hogwarts, he said. Not a question, but not quite a command either. Yes, Harry said. I want to learn magic. And I want to be where the power structure is, where I can see it and understand it and take it apart from the inside. Harry, you put me in a cupboard. Harry's voice was quiet. Final. You sealed my parents' will. You let people steal from my vault. And now you're going to stand here and pretend you're worried about me. Get out. Dumbledore opened his mouth. He said get out, Gomez said, straightening from the mantelpiece. His voice was no longer casual. My client has asked you to leave. As his legal guardian under documents recognized by Gringotts, I'm instructing you to have no further unsupervised contact with him. Any communications from Hogwarts regarding enrollment should go through my office. My card is on the table where I left it earlier, take it on your way out. For a long moment, Dumbledore stood there. Then something shifted in his expression, something that might have been respect, or might have been the recognition that his chess opponent had just made a move he hadn't seen coming. I will send the enrollment materials through proper channels, he said. He looked at Harry one more time, a long, complicated look that held too many things to easily parse. I am sorry, Harry. For what it's worth. It's not worth much, Harry said. Dumbledore left. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and the room let out a collective breath. The frost on the windows began to melt, trickling down the glass like tears. Harry sat down heavily on the nearest chair. His hands were shaking, the wand still clutched in his right fist, knuckles white. That was him, Harry said. The most powerful wizard in Britain. Yes. And I just threw him out. Yes. Harry looked at his hands. At the wand. At the water running down the windows. Then he looked at Wednesday with an expression she could only describe as fierce. It felt good, he said. It should. Wednesday sat beside him. That was the first time you've ever said no to someone with power over you. It won't be the last. It felt like, he gestured with the wand and golden sparks spiraled from its tip, dancing in the air. Like something just woke up. In here. He pressed his free hand to his chest. Something big. Your magic, Morticia said from the sofa. Uncaged. She was watching Harry with that expression she'd had since the cupboard, the fierce, maternal recognition of something damaged and defiant. It responds to your emotional state, child. Strong feeling makes it stronger. For years it's been suppressed, by fear, by abuse, by the belief that you were wrong for having it. That suppression is lifting now. How do I control it? Practice, Gomez said. Study. And the willingness to let it be what it is, rather than trying to make it smaller. He grinned, the warm grin, the fatherly one. You frosted the windows without trying. That's raw elemental manipulation. At 11. Most adult wizards can't do that. Harry stared at the windows. Then he raised his wand, tentatively at first, then with more surety, and pointed it at the water still trickling down the glass. He didn't speak. He didn't know any spells yet. He just wanted the water to stop. It froze. Not just the water on the glass itself went opaque with ice, crackling and beautiful, frozen mid-drip like a photograph. Wandless, that would be impressive, Morticia observed. With a wand, at his age, without training or incantation, he's going to be extraordinary, Gomez said quietly. Wednesday watched Harry stare at the frozen window with something that wasn't quite wonder and wasn't quite hunger but lived somewhere between the two. She felt the structure in her mind, the case, the plan, the weapon, solidify another degree. We have 2 months before Hogwarts, she said. We should use them. They used them. The Addams family relocated from the hotel to one of the Potter properties, a manor house in the Welsh countryside that had been closed for a decade but which the goblins, upon instruction, reopened and restaffed within 48 hours. Potter Manor was old and dark and vast, and it hummed with magic the way a cathedral hummed with silence. Harry walked through its halls touching the walls the way he'd touched things in the hotel suite, wondering, waiting to be told to stop. But here, it was his. The portraits moved and spoke to him and called him by name, called him James at first, then corrected themselves with tears in their painted eyes. Wednesday found the library on the first day and didn't leave it for 3. Harry trained. He trained obsessively, compulsively, the way starving people eat, too much, too fast, unable to stop. Gomez supervised when he could, Morticia when Gomez was occupied with the legal machinery he was building. The Addams family's magical heritage was different from British wizarding magic, older, darker, rooted in traditions that predated wands, but the principles transferred. Control. Intent. Will. Harry's will was iron. Wednesday had expected this. You didn't survive 10 years in a cupboard without a core of something unbreakable, but the speed of his progress still impressed her. Day 1, he mastered Lumos and Nox, light and dark. Day 3, he was levitating furniture. Day 5, he shattered every window in the east wing during a nightmare and repaired them all before breakfast, intentionally, one by one, teaching himself the repair charm through repetition. He's not learning magic, Morticia told Wednesday on the 7th day, watching through the window as Harry practiced in the manor's garden, reducing stone planters to rubble and rebuilding them, over and over, faster each time. He's remembering it. As though it was always there, waiting. It was, Wednesday said. It was beaten down but never broken. He told me that. He never believed them when they said he was worthless. That's what saved him. Morticia's hand rested briefly on Wednesday's shoulder. And you're what's unleashing him. You know that. Wednesday watched Harry explode a stone bench into powder, then reassemble it into a different shape, something sharp, angular, deliberate. Not repair. Creation. I know, she said. She wasn't idle herself. While Harry trained his magic, Wednesday trained her mind. She read everything, the history of the ministry, its structure, its laws, its politics, its weaknesses. She mapped the Wisengamot, who sat where, who owed whom, who was vulnerable, who was corrupt, who could be leveraged. She studied Dumbledore's career with the attention of an intelligence analyst, noting patterns. The same man who defeated Grindelwald in 1945 had become Chief Warlock, had accumulated titles and powers, had built a network of personal loyalty through the Order of the Phoenix that operated outside governmental oversight. A benevolent dictator was still a dictator. She also studied Voldemort. What was known publicly was fairy tale material, the Dark Lord who rose, who terrorized, who fell when he tried to kill a baby. What was in the sealed files Ragnarok continued to supply was more complex. Tom Riddle. Hogwarts head boy. Brilliant. Charming. A product of the same system that had failed Harry, an orphan, unloved, who'd chosen destruction rather than reform. Wednesday noted the parallel and filed it away. It was useful. It was also a warning. On the 14th day, a letter arrived by owl. 2 letters, actually, both bearing the Hogwarts crest, both addressed in green ink. One to Harry Potter, Potter Manor, Wales. One to Wednesday Addams, same location. Wednesday stared at the second letter. They can't have, she opened it. The parchment inside was thick, the handwriting precise and somewhat pinched. Dear Miss Addams, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm not a witch, Wednesday said flatly, staring at the letter. I've never performed magic. I don't have a wand. Harry looked up from his own letter. Ollivander said you weren't nothing. He said you weren't a witch, precisely, but you weren't nothing. My family has always existed adjacent to magic, Morticia said, appearing in the doorway with a cup of something steaming and dark. We've interacted with it, been shaped by it, married into it. But we don't typically wield it in the British tradition. She took the letter and read it, her eyebrows rising. It seems Hogwarts disagrees with typically. Or Dumbledore wants me where he can watch me, Wednesday said. Both can be true simultaneously, Morticia pointed out. The question is, do you want to go? Wednesday looked at Harry. He looked back. The answer was in both their faces before either spoke. We go together, Harry said. That was the deal. That was the deal, Wednesday confirmed. She took the letter back from her mother. I'll need a wand. Tomorrow, Morticia said. Ollivander was clearly expecting you. Ollivander was indeed expecting her. When Wednesday walked into his shop the next day, alone, because this felt like something that should be done alone, the old wand-maker was standing behind his counter with a single box already in his hand, as though he'd been waiting since the last time she crossed his threshold. Miss Addams, he said. I've been thinking about you since you were last here. You're an anomaly. Your family line carries magical resonance but has never, to my knowledge, produced a wand-bearer in the British tradition. And yet, he held up the box. And yet, when I went into my workshop that night, I found myself compelled to create something. I haven't made a new wand in 14 years. I have thousands in stock. And yet my hands would not stop until this was finished. He opened the box. The wand inside was black. Not dark brown, not deep mahogany, black, the true black of a void, of the space between stars. It was slender, slightly longer than average, and utterly still in a way that the other wands in the shop were not. The others hummed faintly, waiting. This one was silent. Patient. Blackthorn, Ollivander said. 13 inches. The core is unusual. Thestral tail hair. I've never used it before. It called for you. Wednesday reached for it. The moment her fingers touched the wood, every candle in the shop went out simultaneously. Not blown, extinguished, as though the flames had been pulled inward. The shadows in the corners deepened, thickened, moved. Wednesday felt something slot into place behind her ribs, not the warm golden rush Harry had experienced, but something colder, deeper, a key turning in a lock she hadn't known was there. The shadows settled. The candles relit. Ollivander was staring at her with wide silver eyes and something that was definitely fear. Yes, he breathed. Yes, I see. Not a witch. Not exactly. Something older. Something, he shook his head. The Addams line. I should have realized. You carry death with you, Miss Addams. Not as a curse, as a gift. As a companion. Wednesday looked at the wand in her hand. It was warm, but a strange warmth, the warmth of a recently vacated chair, of a body cooling, of the last ember before ash. It felt right. It felt like a part of her body she'd been born without and had only now been given. How much? She asked. Take it. Ollivander's voice was thin. No charge. It was meant for you. I don't want it in my shop any longer than necessary. He paused. I mean no offense, Miss Addams. But that wand frightens me more than any I've ever made. No offense taken, Wednesday said. Thank you. She turned to leave, then stopped. Mr. Ollivander. You said the other wand, Harry's wand, its brother belongs to Voldemort. Yes. When he comes back, and he will, Harry will have to face him. Yes. I want you to know that he won't be alone when he does. She held up the blackthorn wand. There will be 2 of us. Ollivander said nothing. But he sat down heavily on his stool as she left, and when she glanced back through the window, he was pouring himself a very large drink. The remaining weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation. Harry's magical growth accelerated. By late August, he was performing 4th-year spell work with casual ease, his raw power compensating for lack of finesse, his growing control sharpening that power into something precise and devastating. Wednesday practiced differently. Her magic, channeled through the blackthorn wand, was not the fire and force of Harry's. It was subtle. Shadows that obeyed her. Wards that she could raise and unravel. The ability to see through illusions, to strip away concealment, to reveal what was hidden. Complementary, Morticia observed, watching them practice together in the Manor Gardens on a warm August evening. Harry blasted targets with reducers while Wednesday concealed him, revealed him, shielded him from angles he couldn't cover himself. He destroys. She reveals. They'll be formidable together. They already are, Gomez said. He had a legal pad on his knee, covered in notes. His case against the ministry was taking shape, growing more damning with every document Gringotts provided. The custody question alone is explosive. When we file, not until they're at Hogwarts, Morticia said. Once they're inside the castle, they're under its protections. Even the ministry can't touch students within Hogwarts without the headmaster's permission. And Dumbledore won't give it, Gomez agreed. Not without revealing his own complicity. We have him in a bind, protect Harry and admit he was wrong, or allow the ministry to act and expose himself as negligent. Either way, we win. The timing matters, Wednesday said, approaching with Harry. Both of them were slightly out of breath, Harry from exertion, Wednesday from concentration. We file the legal challenge the day after we arrive at Hogwarts. The story breaks while we're safely inside the castle. The ministry reacts, Dumbledore is forced to respond publicly, and by the time anyone can actually reach us, the narrative is set. Rita Skeeter, Gomez said, tapping his legal pad. I've made contact. Dreadful woman. Absolutely unprincipled. Perfect for our purposes. What did you offer her? An exclusive. The real story of Harry Potter, the cupboard, the will, the vault theft, all of it. In exchange for timing. It runs when we say it runs, not before. And she agreed? Gomez grinned. She nearly wept with joy. Said it was the story of the century. She's not wrong. Harry sat on the garden wall, wand resting across his knees. He'd filled out over the summer, regular meals, exercise, and the simple act of being cared for had begun to repair 10 years of damage. He was still lean, but no longer skeletal. His cheeks had color. His eyes had lost that hollow, hunted quality and gained something else, focus. Intent. When we get to Hogwarts, Harry said, what do we actually do? Day to day. We're still 11. We're still students. We're students with a legal war machine running in the background, Wednesday said, sitting beside him. Day to day, we learn. We build alliances. We identify who in the school is useful, who has connections, who has grievances, who can be trusted. We watch Dumbledore and we let him know we're watching. We make ourselves untouchable not through hiding but through visibility. If everyone knows us, everyone is watching us, then acting against us becomes politically costly. We don't hide, Harry said. We never hide. And if someone tries to stop us? Wednesday looked at him. Then we stop them first. We have 2 months of training, resources the other first years can't dream of, and each other. We're not going to Hogwarts to be students, Harry. We're going to Hogwarts to take it over. Harry's mouth curved into something sharp and dangerous and real. When you say it like that, it almost sounds fun. It will be. Wednesday stood, brushing grass from her black skirt. But first, Pugsley has somehow set the East Wing on fire again. I can smell it from here. Harry sniffed the air. Smoke, drifting from the upper windows. He raised his wand almost lazily, pointed it at the distant flames, and they died. Snuffed out from 50 meters away without a word or visible effort. Show off, Wednesday said. Practical, Harry corrected. That's the 3rd time this week. I'm getting tired of rebuilding that corridor. They walked back toward the house together, toward the smoke and the sound of Pugsley's delighted laughter and the future they were building, one strategic piece at a time. September 1st arrived. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4, accessed through a brick wall, which Wednesday found aesthetically pleasing in its absurdity. The platform was crowded. Families in wizarding robes, children with trunks and owls and cats, the Scarlet Hogwarts Express steaming at the platform's edge. Noise, chaos, emotion, parents hugging children, children trying to escape parents, first years looking terrified. Harry and Wednesday stood at the entrance to the platform and surveyed it all with the calm assessment of generals reviewing a battlefield before engagement. There, Wednesday said, nodding toward a family of redheads, 7 of them, all varying shades of ginger, the mother loud and bustling. That's a lot of children. Large wizarding family. Probably established. Potential allies or information sources. There. Harry indicated a pale, pointed boy with white blonde hair, accompanied by a man who looked like an older, crueler version of him. Both carried themselves with the specific arrogance of inherited wealth. That's a Malfoy. I read about them in the Wisengamot files, Lucius Malfoy, former Death Eater, bought his way out of prison. Noted. Gomez and Morticia stood behind them, and Pugsley, who was furious at being left behind but mollified by the promise of a new explosive chemistry set, glowered from Gomez's side. "Remember," Gomez said, crouching to their level, or trying to, he was too tall and ended up in an awkward half-bend that he somehow made look dashing. "The legal filing goes out tomorrow morning. By lunch, the Prophet will have Skeeter's article. By dinner, the ministry will be scrambling. All you have to do is be inside those walls when it hits." "And after it hits?" Harry asked. "We'll be in the building within the hour if anything goes sideways," Morticia said. "We are not leaving you unprotected. But I don't believe it will go sideways. Dumbledore will want to manage this quietly, and quietly serves our purposes." "Nothing about this is going to be quiet," Wednesday said. Morticia's smile was proud and dark. "No. I don't suppose it will be." Goodbyes were not a lengthy affair in the Addams family. Gomez hugged Harry, briefly, carefully, with that calibrated gentleness he'd practiced all summer, and Harry allowed it, stiff at first, then softening by a degree. Morticia kissed Wednesday's forehead and murmured something too quiet for others to hear. Pugsley punched Wednesday's arm and she punched him back, harder, and he grinned. Then they were on the train. The compartments were filling quickly. Harry and Wednesday found one near the back, the last car, the least populated, a strategic choice that gave them sight of anyone approaching. They stowed their trunks and sat across from each other, the British countryside beginning to blur past the windows as the train pulled away. "So," Harry said, leaning back. His wand sat in a holster on his forearm, a gift from Gomez, dragon hide, custom-made. "Hogwarts." "Hogwarts," Wednesday confirmed. She pulled a book from her bag, Ministry Law and Wiesengemot Procedure, and opened it. Then she looked up. "We're going to be interrupted. Multiple times. You're famous." "I know. How do you want to handle it?" Harry considered. "Honestly. No masks. No playing the humble orphan. If they ask who I am, I'll tell them. If they ask why I'm angry, I'll tell them that too." "Good." Wednesday returned to her book. "Let them come." They came. First, a round-faced boy who'd lost his toad, Neville Longbottom, whose parents had been on the Potterwell as alternate guardians, who'd been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. Harry looked at him, shy, scared, clumsy Neville, and saw another child the system had failed. "Sit with us," Harry said. "Not an offer, a claim. You're Neville Longbottom." Neville's eyes went wide. "How do you? Your parents were my parents' friends. They were supposed to be my guardians if anything happened. I'm Harry Potter." Neville sat down so fast he nearly missed the seat. His eyes were saucer-wide, darting between Harry and Wednesday. Everyone says, whatever everyone says is probably wrong," Harry said. "Tell me about your parents." Neville did. It came out in halting pieces, the torture, St. Mungo's, the grandmother who loved him but couldn't quite hide her disappointment that he wasn't his father. By the time he finished, Harry's expression was carved from stone and Wednesday had closed her book. "They were tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange," Wednesday said. "Who was never given veritaserum during trial because the ministry was rushing through post-war proceedings. Who was convicted on testimony alone, correctly, as it happens, but the procedural failures mean that the trial records are legally contestable." She paused. "Not that we'd want to contest them. But interesting, from a systemic perspective." Neville stared at her. "Who are you?" "Wednesday Addams. Harry's associate." "She means friend," Harry said. "I mean what I say." But there was something in Wednesday's voice, the slightest warmth, the faintest hint that maybe associate and friend weren't as different in her vocabulary as the word suggested. Next came Hermione Granger, bushy-haired, slightly breathless, already in her school robes though they were hours from Hogwarts. She appeared in the compartment door looking for Neville's toad and stayed because Harry asked her a question. "You're Muggle-born?" he said, after she'd introduced herself and rattled off her academic credentials with the nervous energy of someone trying to prove she belonged. "Yes," Hermione said, with a slight lift of her chin, defensive, braced. "Then you'll have a unique perspective on wizarding culture. You can see its failures clearly because you weren't raised inside them." Harry leaned forward. "What's the first thing about the magical world that struck you as wrong?" Hermione blinked. This was clearly not the response she'd expected. People didn't usually ask Hermione Granger what she thought was wrong with things, they usually told her to stop talking. The blood prejudice," she said, slowly, then faster as she realized he was actually listening. "The way Muggle-born students are treated as lesser, the political structures that favor pure bloodlines, the fact that Hogwarts doesn't offer any transitional education for students from non-magical backgrounds, we're just thrown in and expected to know things that pure-blood children learned in infancy. Systemic disadvantaging of outsiders to maintain existing power structures," Wednesday said, not looking up from her book. "Standard institutional corruption pattern." "Exactly," Hermione said, and her face lit up, the expression of someone finding her people after a long search. "Yes, exactly that." "Sit down, Hermione," Harry said. "I think you're going to be useful." "Useful? Important? Valuable? A person we want to know." He grinned, the sharp grin he'd developed over the summer, the one that was equal parts charm and warning. "We're going to change things at Hogwarts. Having someone who can articulate exactly what's broken is essential." Hermione sat. She looked slightly dazed, but underneath the daze was something hungry and bright, the same look Harry had when Wednesday first showed him magic was real. The look of someone being told, for the first time, that the things they saw and knew and thought actually mattered. Wednesday looked up from her book. 4 of them now. A start. The last interruption was less welcome. The compartment door slid open to reveal the pale, pointed boy from the platform, Draco Malfoy, flanked by 2 boys who appeared to function primarily as masks. "They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment," Malfoy said, his grey eyes sweeping the space with performative disinterest. They landed on Harry. "So it's true. You're him." "I am. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said it like it should mean something. Behind him, his 2 satellites shifted their weight. "You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there. Help you find the right sort." Harry looked at him. Really looked, the expensive robes, the practiced sneer, the transparent attempt at recruitment. Behind all of it, a boy of 11 repeating his father's words without understanding them. "I know who your father is," Harry said. "He served Voldemort." The compartment went cold. Not magically, socially. Neville flinched at the name. Hermione's eyes went wide. Malfoy's practiced composure cracked by a fraction. "My father was under the Imperius, he bought his acquittal. I've read the trial records." Harry's voice was pleasant, conversational. "I'm not interested in being recruited by the son of a man who stood with the person who killed my parents. If you want to talk to me as yourself, just Draco, not your father's son, you can try again later. But come at me with that pure-blood superiority performance one more time and I'll demonstrate something your father never had to deal with." "What's that?" Malfoy asked, and his voice was thinner now, less certain. "A Potter who knows exactly what he is." Harry raised his hand, not his wand, just his hand, and the compartment windows frosted over in an instant, the temperature dropping sharply enough that Malfoy's breath clouded. The 2 satellites stepped back. Malfoy held his ground, but barely. "Leave," Wednesday said, from behind her book. "While the invitation to return later is still open." Malfoy left. The door slid shut. The frost receded. "Was that necessary?" Hermione asked, but she sounded more awed than disapproving. Probably not, Harry admitted. But it was efficient. Setting boundaries with people like that is essential, Wednesday said, turning a page. He'll be back. His father will have told him to cultivate you. The question is whether he comes back as his father's tool or as himself. You think he might actually, Neville started. Everyone is more than their parents, Harry said, and his voice was quiet and certain. But they have to choose it. The train rolled on through the countryside, carrying them toward Hogwarts, toward the sorting, toward the beginning of everything they'd planned. In the compartment at the back of the last car, 11-year-olds sat together, a boy who'd been kept in a cupboard, a girl who carried death like a companion, a boy who'd been told he wasn't enough, and a girl who'd been told she was too much. Tomorrow the article would run. Tomorrow the ministry would learn that Harry Potter was not what they expected. Tomorrow the legal machinery would begin grinding, and the first cracks would appear in foundations that had gone unquestioned for centuries. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Hogwarts. The castle appeared in the distance as the sun set, its towers catching the last light, its windows glowing against the darkening sky. Harry pressed his face to the glass and felt something in his chest expand, magic calling to magic, the castle recognizing him, welcoming him home. Beside him, Wednesday looked at the castle and saw something else, a fortress. A stage. A weapon. Ready? She asked. Harry turned from the window. The light from the castle caught his glasses, his eyes, the scar on his forehead. He smiled, the real smile, the dangerous one, the one that had nothing of the cupboard in it. I've been ready my whole life, he said. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and the night began. Chapter 3, Hogwarts has never seen anything like this. The boats cut through black water like funeral barges. Harry sat in one with Wednesday, Neville, and Hermione, the four of them silent while around them first years gasped and pointed and chattered. The castle grew larger with every oar stroke, massive, ancient, alive with magic that pressed against Harry's skin like a pulse. He could feel it. The wards, the enchantments, 1,000 years of accumulated power layered into every stone. It recognized him. Not as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but as something else, a magical signature so potent that the castle's own magic bent toward him like a flower toward sun. Wednesday felt it too. Her blackthorn wand hummed against her forearm where it rested in its holster, and the shadows beneath the boat's hull seemed to deepen as they passed, reaching up toward her like greeting hands. The castle is sentient, Wednesday said quietly. Or close to it. 1,000 years of magical children passing through, their ambient magic feeding into the structure, accumulating. It's beautiful, Hermione breathed. It's a weapon, Wednesday said. One we're going to need. The boats reached the shore and they climbed out, following the enormous man who'd called them from the train, Hagrid, half-giant, another name from the files Ragnarok had provided. Keeper of Keys. Dumbledore loyalist. Good-hearted. Potentially useful, probably not trustworthy with information. Professor McGonagall met them at the castle doors. Tall, Scottish, severe, the deputy headmistress radiated the specific authority of a woman who had been managing children for decades and had lost all patience for nonsense approximately 30 years ago. Her eyes swept the group of first years and landed on Harry for exactly 1 second longer than anyone else. He saw it. She knew he saw it. Her mouth thinned. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice filled the entrance hall without effort. "The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. You will be sorted into one of 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Your house will be your family within these walls." "I already have a family," Harry murmured, and beside him Wednesday's mouth twitched. They were led into the great hall, and it was, even Wednesday had to admit, impressive. Floating candles, an enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, for long tables packed with students in color-coded robes, and at the front a high table of professors presiding over it all. Dumbledore sat at the center, and when his eyes found Harry in the crowd of first years, the old wizard's expression was carefully neutral. Controlled. Harry met his gaze and didn't look away. Didn't flinch, didn't defer. Just looked back, steady and calm, until Dumbledore was the one to break eye contact. First blood. McGonagall set a stool at the front of the hall and placed upon it a hat, battered, ancient, patched. It sang a song about the 4 houses that Wednesday found pedestrian and Harry found irrelevant. Then the sorting began. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. Names in alphabetical order. Wednesday did the math quickly. Addams came early. Addams, Wednesday, she walked to the stool. The hall was watching, a girl in solid black among the sea of first-year nerves, her face composed, her stride unhurried. She sat. McGonagall placed the hat on her head. "Oh," said a voice in her mind. "Oh, my. What are you?" Wednesday Addams, she thought back. "Sort me. It's not that simple. I've never encountered a mind like yours. Not in 1,000 years of sorting. You're not precisely a witch, and yet you're here, and yet you belong here, and yet," the hat seemed to shudder. "The darkness in you isn't like Slytherin's darkness. It's older. It's, sort me where Harry goes. I don't know where he's going yet." Then wait. A long pause. The hall was murmuring, sorts usually took seconds. This had been nearly a minute. "I cannot simply wait, Miss Addams. The ceremony can wait. Unless you prefer I remove you from my head and explain to this entire hall why you're afraid of an 11-year-old girl." Another pause. Then, improbably, the hat laughed. It was a strange sensation, laughter inside her skull, ancient and dusty and genuinely amused. "You remind me of someone," the hat said. "Very well. I'll give you what you want, because it's also what's right. Your mind is the sharpest I've touched in decades. Ravenclaw would weep for you. Your loyalty is absolute once given. Hufflepuff would treasure you. Your ambition could reshape the world. Slytherin would crown you. But your courage, the willingness to act on all of it, to stand in front of those you've claimed and dare the world to try, that's the core of you." "Gryffindor," the hat shouted, and the table on the left erupted in cheers. Wednesday stood, removed the hat, and walked to the Gryffindor table without acknowledging the applause. She sat at the far end, where there was space, and waited. Names continued. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. The hat took nearly as long with her, and Wednesday suspected a similar negotiation. Neville too, though he looked surprised by it, sliding onto the bench beside Hermione with wide eyes and trembling hands. Malfoy was Slytherin before the hat touched his hair. Predictable. Then, Potter, Harry, the hall went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that has weight, that presses against eardrums. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on the thin boy with black hair and round glasses who walked to the stool like he was approaching a throne. Harry sat. The hat descended. In the silence, the hat's voice rang out almost immediately, as though it had made its decision before it even touched his head, but it didn't shout a house name. It spoke. "Interesting," it said, aloud, to the entire hall. The silence somehow deepened. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly in his chair. Harry sat perfectly still. His expression was calm, focused, the face of someone having a conversation no one else could hear. 10 seconds. 20. 30. A minute passed and the hat hadn't spoken again, and the hall was becoming restless, shifting, whispering, professors exchanging glances. McGonagall's lips were pressed into a thin line. Then Harry's mouth moved. He was speaking to the hat, or the hat was speaking to him, and whatever was being said, Harry's expression shifted from calm to something else. Something fierce. The hat spoke aloud again. "Are you certain?" Harry said something. One word, sharp and clear enough that the people nearest the stool heard it, though it would be repeated in whispers for days afterward. He said, "Always." "Gryffindor," the hat bellowed, and Harry stood, removed the hat himself before McGonagall could reach for it, and walked to the Gryffindor table with the hall exploding into noise around him. The Gryffindor table was on its feet. The Weasley twins, a pair of redheads Wednesday had identified as potential assets, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry slid onto the bench beside Wednesday. Their eyes met. His were bright, electric. "What did it say to you?" she asked, under the noise. "It wanted to put me in Slytherin," Harry said. "Said I'd be great there. Said I had ambition and cunning and power that Slytherin would cultivate. And I told it I was already cultivated. I told it to put me where I could do the most damage to the existing power structure within the castle. It said Gryffindor, where the headmaster's political base is, where the old families send their proper heirs, where being brave means people listen when you speak." He picked up the goblet that had appeared in front of him, filled with pumpkin juice. "So here we are." "Strategic," Wednesday said. "I learned from the best." The feast appeared, mountains of food materializing on golden plates, and around them the celebration continued, but Harry and Wednesday existed in their own sphere of quiet focus within the noise. Neville sat nearby, still looking shell-shocked by his own sorting. Hermione was already asking an older student about the library's hours. Wednesday ate and watched. She watched the head table, where Dumbledore's expression had settled back into practiced serenity. She watched a professor in all black with lank hair and a hooked nose who was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. Severus Snape, potions master, former Death Eater turned spy, another name from the files. His gaze held something complicated, hatred, recognition, and a grief so old it had calcified into something unrecognizable. She watched a man in a purple turban at the far end of the table, whose movements were slightly wrong, jerky, uncomfortable, as though his body didn't quite fit him. Professor Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts. Something about him set Wednesday's instinct screaming. "The man in the turban," she said to Harry, voice low. "Look at him. Don't stare, just look." Harry glanced. Casual. His eyes moved past and came back. "Something's wrong with him. His magic feels." Wednesday paused. She was still learning to articulate what her wand and her bloodline let her sense. "Doubled. Like there are two things occupying the same space." Harry's hand moved to his forehead. "Unconscious." He pulled it away quickly, but Wednesday saw the wince. "Your scar," she said. It prickled. "When I looked at him, he frowned. I've never felt that before." Wednesday filed this away. Two magical signatures in one body. A scar that responded to proximity. A prophecy about a Dark Lord who wasn't truly dead. "We'll investigate," she said. "Carefully." "Carefully," Harry agreed, though his tone suggested that carefully was a relative term. The Gryffindor common room was warm, round, and aggressively crimson. Wednesday disliked it instinctively, too bright, too comfortable, designed to make people feel safe enough to lower their guards. She noted this as a feature rather than a flaw. People with lowered guards talked freely. Percy Weasley, a prefect, led the first years up through the castle, dispensing information that Wednesday already knew and Harry had memorized weeks ago. Passwords, schedules, rules, the administrative scaffolding of institutional life. The fat lady portrait guarded the entrance. "Caput Draconis," Percy said, and the portrait swung open. Wednesday found the girls' dormitory adequate. She found a bed, unpacked with military efficiency, and was asleep in minutes. Not from exhaustion, from strategy. Tomorrow the article dropped. Tomorrow required her sharp. Harry did not sleep well. The castle hummed around him, its magic pressing in, whispering things he couldn't quite hear. His scar ached, dully, distantly, like a radio tuned to a frequency just outside perception. He lay in the four-poster bed and stared at the canopy and felt the world tilting beneath him, reorienting around a new axis. At 2 in the morning, he gave up on sleep and went to the common room. It was empty, the fire banked low, shadows pooling in corners. He sat in an armchair and took out his wand and practiced. Silently, wandlessly first, levitating a quill from the writing desk, spinning it in slow circles. Then with the wand, sharper, more controlled, the quill slicing through the air like a tiny blade. You should sleep. Wednesday's voice from the staircase. She descended in the same black nightgown she always wore, long-sleeved, high-necked, funereal. Can't. Too much noise. He tapped his temple. The castle. It's loud. The ambient magic. Your sensitivity is higher than most, it makes sense, given your power level. She sat in the opposite chair, folding her legs beneath her. Is the scar still bothering you? Background noise. Manageable. He set the quill down and looked at her. Tomorrow, today. It's after midnight. The article runs in the morning edition. 6 hours from now, everyone in the wizarding world will know what happened to you. Harry nodded. I'm not nervous. I know. He searched for the word. Hungry. Not for food. For what comes next. For watching them scramble. That's called anticipation, Wednesday said. It's what predators feel before a hunt. Should that worry me? No. Wednesday's dark eyes reflected the firelight. We're not predators because we enjoy hurting people. We're predators because we refuse to be prey. There's a difference. Harry let that settle. Then, what do you think happens? After the article. Walk me through it. Wednesday steepled her fingers, a gesture she'd unconsciously adopted from her mother. The article breaks. Public outrage. The boy who lived, abused, abandoned, his parents' wishes ignored, his vault raided. The public doesn't need to understand legal nuance, they understand a starved child in a cupboard. Emotional response first, legal response second. And the ministry? Fudge panics. He wasn't minister when you were placed, that was Bagnald, but he's been in power for 9 years and did nothing. He'll try to distance himself. He'll throw someone under the bus, probably a mid-level bureaucrat in the Department of Magical Children's Welfare. My father will reject that and push higher. Dumbledore? More interesting. He'll try to frame it as a necessary sacrifice, the Blood Ward's narrative. The press will ask why a child's safety was worth less than a theoretical magical protection. He won't have a good answer because there isn't one. She paused. He'll try to contact you privately. To explain. To get ahead of the narrative. And I'll refuse to see him. You'll refuse to see him alone. If he wants to talk, he talks with witnesses. With your legal guardian's representative present. Every conversation documented. Harry nodded slowly. You've thought about this a lot. I've thought about nothing else for 2 months. Wednesday's voice was flat, certain. This isn't improvisation, Harry. This is a campaign. Every move planned, every contingency covered, every response anticipated. My father handles the legal front. My mother handles the social pressure, she has connections in magical society across Europe. Gringotts handles the financial documentation. And we, she gestured between them. We handle the school. We're the face. The story. The 2 children who the system failed, standing in the light and daring anyone to tell us we're wrong. 2 children. Harry smiled slightly. We're 11. Which makes us sympathetic. Which makes anyone who moves against us look like a bully. Which makes our narrative unassailable. She stood. Sleep, Harry. Tomorrow requires your best performance. Performance. Not fake. Real, but directed. When people see you tomorrow, after the article, they need to see someone strong. Someone who survived. Not someone broken. Not someone angry. Someone who chose to fight and is winning. Harry considered this. I am angry. Of course you are. But anger is a fuel, not a destination. Let them see the fire, not the wound. She turned and walked back toward the stairs. At the bottom step, she stopped. Harry. Yeah. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever they say, however they react, you're not alone in it. You know that. I know. She nodded once and disappeared up the stairs. Harry sat in the empty common room and watched the fire die, and he felt something he couldn't name, something warm and terrifying and new. The feeling of being known. The feeling of mattering to someone not because of a scar or a prophecy but because they'd chosen him, specifically, deliberately, with full knowledge of what they were choosing. He went to bed. He slept. Morning came fast and brutal. The great hall at breakfast was a study in controlled chaos, owls descending with the morning post, students bleary-eyed over porridge, professors at the high table with tea and toast. Normal. Routine. Then the daily prophets arrived. Wednesday watched it happen in real time. The way the first students to open their papers went still. The way silence spread from those first readers outward like a ripple in a pond, concentric circles of shock, the conversations dying table by table as more copies were unfolded and the headline registered. The boy WHO lived, locked in a cupboard for 10 years by Rita Skeeter, special correspondent exclusive investigation reveals systematic abuse, illegal guardianship, and ministry cover-up. The subheadline was visible even from Wednesday's seat, Dumbledore named as responsible party, Potter parents will ignored, vault accessed without authorization. The silence lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Then the noise began, everyone talking at once, heads turning toward the Gryffindor table, toward Harry, who sat eating toast with a calm that was almost aggressive in its deliberateness. He did not look up from his breakfast. He did not acknowledge the stares. He simply ate, and beside him Wednesday did the same, and their stillness in the center of the storm was its own statement. At the head table, Dumbledore read the paper. His expression did not change, decades of political experience meant his face was a mask when required. But his hand, the one holding his tea, was perfectly still in the way that only someone concentrating very hard on appearing calm could achieve. McGonagall read over his shoulder. Her face was not as controlled. Wednesday watched the blood drain from it, watched her lips move, reading the details, the specific details about the cupboard and the beatings and the starvation, and watched the professor's jaw set with something that was very clearly fury. Snape read his own copy. His expression was complicated. Dark. Something moved behind those black eyes that Wednesday couldn't read at this distance, but his gaze moved to Harry with an intensity that had shifted from the previous night's hostile obsession to something else. Something shaken. Potter. A voice from behind them. Then more voices. Students from other tables were standing, crossing the hall, something that apparently never happened during meals. A Hufflepuff girl, 4th year. A Ravenclaw boy. 2 more Gryffindors from up the table, sliding closer. Harry, is it true? One of them asked, an older Gryffindor girl, her face stricken. A cupboard? It's true, Harry said. He set down his toast and looked at the girl. Not pleading, not vulnerable, steady. Everything in that article is documented. Certified by Gringotts. The will is real. The vault records are real. The evidence of placement against my parents' explicit wishes is real. But Dumbledore, the girl looked toward the head table. He wouldn't, he did. Harry's voice carried. Not shouting, projecting, with the quiet certainty that drew ears like a magnet. I'm not asking anyone to take my side against anyone else. I'm stating facts. I was placed in an abusive home by a specific person against the documented wishes of my parents. The ministry sealed the will that would have prevented it. These are facts. What anyone does with those facts is their choice. More people were listening now. The hall had gone quiet again, that spreading silence, everyone straining to hear. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice cut across the hall. She was on her feet, moving toward the Gryffindor table with long strides, her expression locked somewhere between professional control and personal devastation. A word, please. In my office. Of course, Professor. Harry stood. Wednesday's coming with me. McGonagall's gaze flicked to Wednesday. Something passed between them, assessment, acknowledgement. Very well, McGonagall said. Both of you. Now. They followed her out of the great hall, past hundreds of staring eyes, past the whispers that rose in their wake like waves behind a ship. Wednesday noted everything, who looked sympathetic, who looked skeptical, who looked afraid. Data. All of it useful. McGonagall's office was adjacent to a classroom on the first floor, neat, spare, a few personal touches, a tin of biscuits, a moving photograph of a younger McGonagall with people who might have been family. She closed the door behind them, cast something with a flick of her wand, privacy wards. Wednesday recognized the gesture from her reading, and then stood behind her desk for a moment without sitting. Is it true? She asked. Her voice was different here, behind the wards, rawer, less controlled. Harry. All of it. All of it. McGonagall sat. Heavily, like someone who'd just been hit. The cupboard. Since I was 1 year old. She stopped. Swallowed. Her hands were flat on the desk, pressing down as though bracing against something. I was there. That night. When Albus left you at that house. I watched the Dursleys all day and I told him they were the worst sort of muggles. I told him you shouldn't be left there. Wednesday's attention sharpened. You were there. I was. McGonagall looked at her, and her eyes were bright, not with tears, though those were close, but with a fury that Wednesday recognized. The fury of someone confronting their own complicity. I argued with him. He assured me it was for the best. He said the blood wards don't work without love, Harry said. We've confirmed that. I should have. McGonagall's voice broke. One crack, then she reassembled herself, the steel spine reasserting. I should have gone back. I should have checked. Why didn't you? Harry's voice wasn't cruel. It was genuinely curious. Because Albus Dumbledore told me it was handled. Because I trusted him. Her jaw clenched. That trust was clearly misplaced. We're not here to punish you, Wednesday said. You argued against it. You were overruled by your superior. The responsibility is his, not yours. But, she leaned forward slightly. You're the deputy headmistress. You have authority within this school second only to Dumbledore himself. We need to know, where do you stand now? Today. With the truth in front of you. McGonagall looked at them, these two 11-year-old children sitting in her office like barristers in a courtroom, composed, deliberate, asking her to choose a side. She should have found it absurd. She didn't. I stand with my students, she said. Always. If the headmaster acted against the welfare of a child in my house, in my care, then he answers for it. To me, to the Board of Governors, to the Wisengamot if necessary. Her spine was ramrod straight now, her voice regaining its steel. What do you need from me? Protection, Harry said. Not physical, political. Dumbledore will try to manage this quietly. He'll try to have private conversations, apply pressure through back channels, make it go away. We need you to ensure that nothing happens to us within this school that isn't documented and witnessed. You want me to watch him. We want you to hold him accountable. You're the only person in this castle with the authority and the proximity to do so. McGonagall was quiet for a long time. Then she opened her desk drawer, took out a biscuit tin, and set it on the desk between them. Have a biscuit, she said. Both of you. She took one herself and bit into it with the decisive energy of a woman making a choice. You have my word. Nothing happens to either of you in this school without my knowledge. If the headmaster attempts to contact you privately, I will be present or I will be informed. If the ministry sends representatives, and they go through me first. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Don't thank me. I should have done this 10 years ago. She finished her biscuit and stood, reassembling her public face, stern, Scottish, formidable. Now. You have classes starting in 20 minutes. First period is Transfiguration. With me. The ghost of a smile. I expect excellence, Mr. Potter. Miss Addams. You've declared war on the establishment, you'd better be good enough to back it up academically. We are, Wednesday said, standing. Then prove it. My classroom. 20 minutes. Don't be late. They were not late. They were early, in fact, first to arrive, front row, books and wands ready. The other Gryffindor first years filtered in with the Ravenclaws, every single one of them staring at Harry with varying combinations of sympathy, curiosity, and awe. He ignored it. Wednesday ignored it. They sat together and presented a united front of absolute academic focus. McGonagall was brilliant. This was not a surprise, her credentials were extensive, but experiencing it firsthand was something else. She transformed her desk into a pig and back with the casual ease of someone doing something they'd done 1,000 times, and then set them to turning matchsticks into needles with clear instruction and no tolerance for foolishness. Harry's match was a needle on his second try. Not perfect, slightly blunt at the tip, retaining a faint wood grain, but recognizably, undeniably metal. The class gasped. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Exceptional, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. Wednesday's match took 4 attempts. Her magic worked differently, less brute force, more precision, each attempt refining rather than overwhelming. By the 4th try, her needle was perfect. Not just transformed, improved. Sharper than any needle had a right to be, gleaming with a dark sheen that caught the light oddly. Also exceptional, McGonagall said, picking it up and examining it. Though I'd suggest not making future practice items quite so lethal, Miss Addams. I make no promises, Wednesday said. A small ripple of nervous laughter from the class. Hermione, beside them, was on her 6th attempt and getting close, her expression fierce with concentration. Neville's match had caught fire twice, but on his 8th try something shifted and the fire became transformation, and he held up a slightly crooked but undeniably metallic needle with an expression of absolute shock. Well done, Mr. Longbottom, McGonagall said, and the warmth in her voice was genuine. Perseverance counts. The day's classes continued. Charms with the tiny Professor Flitwick, who nearly fell off his stack of books when Harry levitated a feather on his first attempt, without the incantation, without the wand movement, just pointing and wanting. Flitwick stared for a full 5 seconds, then burst into delighted applause. Remarkable. Utterly remarkable. Mr. Potter, that was wandless directed casting, do you realize how advanced? I've been practicing all summer, Harry said. Which was true and also a massive understatement. He'd spent 2 months training with the combined magical knowledge of the Addams family and every book they'd acquired. He wasn't a normal first year. He hadn't been one since the day Wednesday opened that cupboard door. Wednesday excelled differently. Her charms work was precise, controlled, subtle, where Harry's feather shot to the ceiling, hers rose exactly 3 inches and hovered there, perfectly still, for the entire remaining class period. Different demonstrations of the same principle, mastery. By lunch, the school was buzzing. Not just about the article, though that remained the dominant conversation in every corridor and common room, but about Harry and Wednesday themselves. The first years who'd been in class with them were telling everyone who'd listen. Harry Potter wasn't just famous, he was powerful. Shockingly, undeniably powerful. And the girl beside him, the one in black, the one who wasn't quite a witch but wasn't nothing, she was something else entirely. Wednesday heard the whispers and let them spread. Reputation was a tool. The more formidable they appeared, the more costly it became for anyone to move against them. At lunch, the owl post brought a different kind of message. A ministry owl, official seal, heavy parchment, landed in front of Harry with a letter from the office of Minister Cornelius Fudge. Harry opened it, read it once, and passed it to Wednesday without a word. Dear Mr. Potter, the Ministry for Magic is deeply concerned by the allegations published in this morning's Daily Prophet. We wish to assure you that the welfare of all magical children is our highest priority. A full investigation has been launched. In the meantime, the minister requests a private meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss. Wednesday stopped reading. They want to get ahead of it. Control the narrative. Make it look like they're acting while actually determining how much you know and how much you're willing to accept as a settlement. What do I do? Refuse the private more actions continue meeting. Accept nothing. Reply through my father. She pulled parchment from her bag. She carried it everywhere now, along with ink and quill, because opportunities for correspondence could not be predicted. She wrote quickly, her handwriting small and precise. Minister Fudge, Mr. Potter acknowledges receipt of your communication. All correspondence and meeting requests regarding Mr. Potter's welfare, legal status, or the ongoing investigation should be directed to his legal representative, Gomez Addams, ESQ, at the following address. She added the contact information, signed it on behalf of Harry J. Potter, Wednesday Addams, Strategic Counsel, and tied it to the ministry owl's leg before it could finish stealing bacon from Neville's plate. Strategic Counsel, Harry said, amused. Accurate. You're 11. Age is irrelevant. Competence is what matters. She returned to her lunch. The ministry will be frustrated by the redirect. They want to talk to you directly because a child is easier to manipulate than a lawyer. My father is not easy to manipulate. He will set conditions for any meeting, public, documented, with press access. Fudge will refuse. The refusal itself becomes part of the narrative. Minister refuses transparency in child welfare case. Every move they make is wrong, Harry said. Every move they make reveals them. That's the point. We don't have to beat them, we just have to make them keep showing the public who they are. Ron Weasley, the youngest boy from the red-headed family, sorted into Gryffindor the previous night, was hovering nearby. He'd been hovering all morning, clearly wanting to approach but unsure of his welcome. Wednesday had noticed him watching Harry with a mix of fascination and uncertainty that suggested he wanted to be friends but didn't know how to navigate the political complexity surrounding Harry now. Weasley, Wednesday said, without looking up from her plate. Sit down or go away. The hovering is distracting. Ron went red, a Weasley family trait, apparently, but he sat across from Harry, next to Neville, who shifted to make room. Ron started. My mum's going mental. She read the Prophet this morning and she's already sent 3 owls to the ministry and 1 to Dumbledore and she's talking about going to the school in person. Your mother, Wednesday said. Molly Weasley. Nay Pruitt. Her brothers were in the Order of the Phoenix. Ron blinked. How do you know that? Research. Wednesday finally looked at him. Red hair, freckles, hand-me-down robes, the youngest son in a large family with limited means. Probably overlooked, probably hungry to distinguish himself. Potential asset if properly directed. Your family has a history of opposing dark wizards. Your father works at the Ministry, Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Low-ranking, underpaid, consistently passed over for promotion despite competence. Are you a spy or something? I'm thorough. Wednesday returned to her lunch. If your mother wants to be useful, she can be. The legal case benefits from as many established wizarding families publicly expressing outrage as possible. A letter to the Prophet from Molly Weasley, mother of 7, or hero lineage, moral authority, would carry weight. Ron looked from Wednesday to Harry, slightly overwhelmed. Harry gave him a half-smile, the normal one, the one that didn't have edges. She's always like this, Harry said. You get used to it. Right. Ron swallowed. So are you, I mean, the article, are you okay? Harry considered the question. I'm better than I've ever been. Good. That's good. Ron seemed to settle, some of the nervous energy leaving his shoulders. My mum wanted me to, she said if you ever need anything, our family, we don't have much money but tell your mum thank you, Harry said, and meant it. And tell her Wednesday's going to send her a letter about the profit thing. I'm going to send her a letter about the profit thing, Wednesday confirmed. Ron nodded rapidly. Okay. Yeah. I'll tell her. He paused. Can I ask, the stuff in the article, about the magic you did as a kid? The accidental stuff. Did you really set a boa constrictor on your cousin? I didn't set it on him, Harry said. I vanished the glass and it got out. It just happened to pass close to Dudley on its way to freedom. A beat. I may have encouraged it slightly. Ron grinned. Wide, sudden, genuine. That's brilliant. It was Tuesday, Wednesday said, which was not a joke, but Ron laughed anyway, and some of the tension at the table eased by a degree. The afternoon brought potions, and potions brought Snape. The dungeons were cold, the classroom dim, and Severus Snape stood at the front like a particularly malevolent shadow. His black eyes swept the Gryffindor-Slytherin first-year class and landed on Harry with a weight that was almost physical. Ah, Snape said, his voice a low silken thing that carried without effort. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The Slytherins snickered. Malfoy, in the second row, smirked. Harry sat in the front row, because Wednesday always sat in the front row, and they did not separate, and met Snape's gaze without flinching. Potter, Snape said, moving closer. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry didn't hesitate. The draught of living death. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. Page 37 of Advanced Potion Making by Libacious Borage. He paused. Would you like the brewing instructions as well? Snape's eyes narrowed. The classroom was very quiet. Beside Harry, Hermione's hand, which had shot up reflexively, slowly lowered. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Snape asked, his voice slightly tighter. The stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons. Though more recent research suggests that bezoartic compounds can also be synthesized alchemically, which would be more reliable than sourcing from livestock. Harry tilted his head slightly. Third question. Snape stared at him. Something was happening behind that sallow face, calculation, reassessment, the uncomfortable experience of encountering a student who refused to be caught unprepared. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also called aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion to ease lycanthropic transformation, and in several lethal compounds when improperly prepared. Harry's voice was conversational, pleasant. Professor, I've read the first 4 years of curriculum texts. If you'd like to test me on something actually challenging, I'm happy to continue. Dead silence. The Gryffindors were staring. The Slytherins were staring. Malfoy's smirk had died a quiet death. Snape's expression, for one unguarded second, flickered. Surprise, yes, but also something else. Something that looked at Harry's green eyes and saw someone else looking back. Then the mask was back, harder than before. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, turning away. For arrogance. On what grounds? Wednesday's voice, flat and clear, cut through the silence. He answered every question correctly and offered additional relevant information. Under what academic policy is correct answering penalized? Snape turned back. Slowly. His black gaze fixed on Wednesday, and if Harry had been ice against his hostility, Wednesday was void, she absorbed it without reaction, without flinching, without anything for the cruelty to purchase against. And you are Wednesday Addams, the student whose guardian is currently filing a formal complaint about institutional failures at this school. She held his gaze. I would recommend, Professor, that the deduction of points be directly tied to demonstrable behavioral infractions rather than personal animus. Given the current scrutiny this school is under. The implication hung in the air, the world is watching. Act accordingly. Snape stood very still for a very long time. The classroom held its breath. Then, slowly, deliberately, he turned back to the board. The points stand, he said. But his voice was different, less theatrical, less cruel. Controlled. Open your textbooks to page 14. Today we brew a simple cure for boils. Instructions are on the board. You have 1 hour. Begin. Harry and Wednesday exchanged a glance. Not victory, they hadn't expected to change Snape in a single interaction. But they'd established parameters. Boundaries. The message was clear, we are not targets. We bite back. The potion itself was simple for both of them. Harry's was textbook perfect, precise, controlled, his growing magical sensitivity giving him an intuitive understanding of how ingredients interacted. Wednesday's was better than textbook, she added an unlisted stabilizing agent she'd found in a supplementary text, which turned the potion from a cure that worked in 20 minutes to one that worked in 5. Snape stopped at her cauldron. Looked at the color, slightly different from the others, a clearer blue. His nostrils flared as he assessed the scent. You modified the recipe, he said. I improved it. Wednesday didn't look up. The addition of 2 drops of myrtlap essence during the 3rd clockwise stir stabilizes the reactive compounds and accelerates absorption by approximately 75%. Snape said nothing for a long moment. Then, that modification is not in any first-year text. No. It's in most Pateni potions, page 206, in a footnote about applications of stabilization theory to basic brewing. She looked up. The restricted section of the library stocks it. I read it this morning before breakfast. The restricted section requires teacher authorization for student access. Professor McGonagall provided it. Last night. Another silence. Snape's expression was unreadable, but Wednesday saw something shift in the set of his jaw. Not anger. Recognition. The recognition of a fellow academic encountering a mind that might actually be worth his time. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, and it sounded like it physically pained him. For initiative. He moved on. Behind them, Ron Weasley whispered to Neville, did Snape just give Gryffindor points? Has anyone checked if hell's frozen over? By dinner, the school was transformed. The morning's Daily Prophet had sent shockwaves that continued to reverberate, every common room buzzing, every conversation returning to the same topic. But the conversations had shifted from simply did you read it to something more complex, arguments. Debates. People taking sides. The older students, those who'd grown up hearing Harry Potter as a fairy tale, the baby who defeated the Dark Lord, were split between outrage on his behalf and a reluctance to believe that Dumbledore, the great Dumbledore, the vanquisher of Grindelwald, could have done what the article alleged. Wednesday listened to these debates at dinner and tracked the fault lines. They ran along predictable patterns, those who questioned authority naturally versus those who defaulted to trust in institutions. It's not about convincing everyone, she told Harry, in the gap between main course and pudding. It's about making the question impossible to ignore. As long as people are debating it, the ministry can't quietly make it disappear. Some of them think I'm lying, Harry said. He wasn't bothered by it, his voice was observational, not wounded. The Slytherins, mostly. The Slytherins have parents in the ministry. Of course they'll defend the institution, their family's power depends on it. Wednesday glanced at the Slytherin table. Malfoy was holding court at its center, but his expression was strange, not the sneering dismissal she'd expected, but something more thoughtful. Conflicted. Interesting. What? Malfoy. He's not mocking you. He's thinking. Harry looked. Malfoy caught his gaze and held it for a moment, not hostile, not friendly, just, considering. Then he looked away. His father will have old him by now, Harry said. Telling him what to think. What to say. The question is whether he'll listen. Wednesday returned to her pudding, treacle tart, which she decided was the single redeeming feature of British cuisine. Leave him. He'll come to us or he won't. The Evening Post brought a fresh wave of owls, dozens of them, all for Harry. Letters from the public, from strangers, expressing sympathy and outrage and support and, in a few cases, accusation. Harry didn't read them. Wednesday set Hermione to sorting them, by sentiment, by sender, by potential usefulness, because Hermione's organizational skills were extraordinary and she visibly thrived when given a task with clear parameters. There are hundreds, Hermione said, stacking parchments into neat piles at a corner of the common room table. People are furious, Harry. Not at you, at the Ministry, at Dumbledore. There are 3 letters from Wisengamot members expressing grave concern. That's political language for, they're positioning themselves, Wednesday said from her armchair, where she was composing a letter to her father. They see which way the wind is blowing and they want to be on the right side of it. Note their names. My father will want them. Amos Diggory, Augusta Longbottom, and Tiberius Ogden, Hermione reported. Augusta Longbottom, Neville said quietly from his spot by the fire. That's my gran. Everyone looked at him. Neville flushed but held his ground. She's formidable. She sits on the Wisengamot. She's been fighting the Ministry for years about what happened to my parents. The fact that Lestrange's trial was rushed, the fact that the Auror response was delayed, all of it. He swallowed. If she's writing to Harry, she means it. She doesn't do things for show. Then she's our most valuable early ally in the Wisengamot, Wednesday said. She added a line to her letter. Neville, would you write to your grandmother? Introduce the connection formally. Tell her that Harry would welcome her support and that our legal counsel would appreciate a conversation. Neville nodded. He looked terrified and determined in equal measure, a combination Wednesday was beginning to recognize as his default state. Scared of everything, brave enough to do it anyway. There was something deeply useful about that. The Weasley twins appeared at that moment, materializing beside the table with the specific casual energy of people who'd been eavesdropping and decided to stop pretending otherwise. So, said one, Fred, based on the freckle pattern Wednesday had memorized. You're building a revolution. We're pursuing legal accountability for institutional failures, Wednesday said. Right, a revolution. The other twin, George, dropped into a chair uninvited. We'd like in. Harry looked at them. Why? Because our dad's been working at the Ministry for 20 years and they've kept him buried in a basement office because he likes muggles too much and won't play politics, Fred said. Because the system's rigged and everyone knows it but nobody does anything. Because, he grinned. Because it sounds like fun, and we're congenitally incapable of resisting fun. What can you offer? Wednesday asked. Knowledge of the castle, George said. Secret passages, hidden rooms, staff schedules, ward boundaries, we've spent 5 years mapping this place. We know things Filch doesn't know, things the professors don't know. We also know people, Fred added. In every house. We're not political, which means everyone trusts us. We can move information, spread narratives, gauge sentiment across house lines. Intelligence gathering, Wednesday said. And logistics. If you want to put it boringly, yeah. Wednesday looked at Harry. He gave a small nod. You're in, Wednesday said. First task, I need a complete map of the castle, including any hidden passages or rooms not on official plans. Second, I need to know if there's a way to access the school's ward schema, the magical protections, their structure, who controls them. The twins exchanged a glance. Identical grins spread across identical faces. Funny you should mention a map, Fred said, and reached into his robes. What he produced was a piece of old parchment, folded and blank. George tapped it with his wand and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and ink bloomed across the surface like blood and water, lines and dots and names, a moving map of the entire castle, every room, every passage, every person shown as a labeled dot moving in real time. "The Marauder's map," George said. "Nicked it from Filch's office first year. Shows everyone in the castle, everywhere, all the time." Wednesday took it. Her eyes moved across the surface, taking in the scope. This was surveillance capability beyond anything she'd imagined possible in their first week. Every professor's location. Every student's movement. Dumbledore, in his office. Snape, in the dungeons. Quirrell, in his office. And beside his overlapping it, so close it was almost a single point, another name. A name that made Wednesday's blood go cold in a way very few things could. Tom Riddle. She looked at Harry. His eyes were on the map too. He'd seen it. "Everyone out," Harry said quietly. The twins, Hermione, Neville, Ron, they all looked at him. "Now. Please. Wednesday and I need to discuss something privately." Something in his voice, the steel beneath the please, moved them without argument. They filed out, the twins with backward glances, Hermione with visible reluctance. The common room emptied around them until it was just Harry and Wednesday and the map between them. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. "That's Voldemort's real name. It was in the files." "Yes. He's in the castle. Right now. Overlapping with Quirrell." "Yes." Harry's jaw was tight. His right hand had moved to his wand, an unconscious gesture, a reflex. The doubled magic you sensed. Two beings in one body. Quirrell isn't just nervous or strange, he's possessed. Or hosting. Willingly or otherwise. Wednesday stared at the map, watching the twin dots move slowly around Quirrell's office. "Voldemort isn't dead. He's here. In this school. Where hundreds of children sleep. Dumbledore knows." Harry's voice was certain. "He has to know. He's the most powerful wizard in the country and the Dark Lord is in his school and he hasn't done anything about it. Or he has a plan." Wednesday's mind was racing, restructuring, recalculating, incorporating this new variable. A trap. Using something or someone as bait. Letting Voldemort make a move so he can be caught in the act. Harry looked at her. His green eyes were hard. Using the school as a trap. Using the students as cover. It fits his pattern. The greater good. Acceptable sacrifices. Wednesday folded the map carefully, reverently. It was the most valuable intelligence asset they'd encountered. "This changes our timeline." "How?" "The Ministry campaign continues, that's background. But this," she tapped the map. "This is immediate. This is a threat in the building right now. If Voldemort is here, he's here for a reason. He wants something." "The third-floor corridor," Harry said immediately. Dumbledore announced at the feast, "The third-floor corridor is forbidden, and anyone who goes there risks death." Who announces a threat like that in a school unless the announcement itself is part of the trap? Tell hundreds of curious children not to go somewhere, and ensure that eventually, someone does. Wednesday's voice was cold. "He's using students as tripwires. He's using me." Harry stood. His magic was responding to his emotions again, the fire in the common room flared, the candles brightened, the shadows sharpened. "The prophecy says Voldemort and I are connected. He knows Voldemort will come for me eventually. He put me in this school knowing the Dark Lord is here, and he's waiting to see what happens. Another test. Another manipulation. Another cupboard, just bigger and with better architecture. Harry's laugh was bitter. And people wonder why I want to burn it all down. Wednesday stood too. She took the map and slid it into her bag, secure, hidden, theirs. We don't panic. We don't confront Quirrell directly, not yet. We're 11 and he's hosting the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. What we do is gather information. We watch. We find out what's on the third floor, what Voldemort wants, and what Dumbledore's plan actually is. Then we decide how to act. And if Dumbledore's plan involves me dying? Wednesday met his eyes. Her expression was the one she'd worn in the Dursleys' hallway, flat, absolute, certain. Then his plan fails, she said. Because I didn't drag you out of a cupboard to let a manipulative old man feed you to a prophecy. You're mine, Harry. Ours. And nothing in this castle, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not any ancient magical destiny, gets to decide what happens to you except you. Harry felt something break open in his chest at those words, not painfully, but like sunrise. Like the moment a storm finally breaks. You're mine. Not as a possession. As a claim. As a declaration that someone in this world had chosen to stand between him and everything that wanted to use him. Okay, he said. We watch. We learn. We plan. And when we're ready, we act. Wednesday extended her hand. The same gesture as that morning in the hotel, weeks ago, a lifetime ago. The pact reaffirmed. Harry took it. His hand was warmer now than it had been then, fed, rested, magical. Stronger. But the grip was the same. Firm. Final. They shook once. Now, Wednesday said, releasing his hand. Let's look at what's on the third floor. She opened the map again, and together they bent over it, tracing corridors, identifying ward boundaries, planning their next move while the common room fire crackled and the castle hummed around them, ancient and watching and waiting to see what they'd do next. It was past midnight when they finally went to their dormitories. They'd spent hours with the map, identifying patrol patterns, timing Quirrell's movements, marking the third-floor corridor and its protections. They'd established that Quirrell went to the third floor every night at approximately 2 a.m., always for exactly 23 minutes, never more, never less. That Dumbledore was always awake when this happened, his dot pacing his office, watching. Knowing. The third-floor corridor itself was marked on the map but the room behind the door showed only a single notation, Fluffy. Whatever that was. Tomorrow night, Wednesday said at the base of the stairs to the girls' dormitory. We go. Together. Under whatever concealment we can manage. I have something for that, Harry said. It was in my vault, an invisibility cloak. My father's. Ragnarok had it held separately from the main contents. An invisibility cloak. Wednesday's eyebrows rose, the highest expression of surprise she typically permitted herself. That's extraordinarily rare. It was in the will. My father wanted me to have it. Harry's voice softened slightly. The only thing of his I have. Wednesday nodded. Tomorrow night. Third floor. We find out what Voldemort wants. And then we take it first. Or we use the knowledge of it as leverage. Depending on what it is. She began to climb the stairs. Sleep, Harry. Wednesday. She stopped. Looked back. Thank you, he said. For all of it. For not being afraid of any of this. Wednesday considered the statement. I'm not built for fear, Harry. My family didn't raise me with it. What I am built for is this. She gestured vaguely at everything, at the castle and the conspiracy and the Dark Lord in the walls. The solving of problems through ruthless application of intelligence and will. So. You're welcome. She disappeared up the stairs, and Harry stood alone in the common room for a moment, smiling, sharp and real, in the flickering firelight. Then he went to bed, and for the first time since arriving at the castle, he slept without dreaming. The next morning brought fresh chaos. Gomez Addams had filed. The legal challenge landed on the ministry's desk at 9 a.m. sharp, a 37-page document alleging criminal negligence, violation of testamentary wishes, unauthorized access to a minor's financial assets, and failure to discharge duty of care. It named Albus Dumbledore as the primary responsible party and Cornelius Fudge's ministry as the institutional enabler. It demanded a full Wisengamot hearing, public, with press access, within 30 days. Wednesday knew this because her father's owl arrived at breakfast with a brief note, filed. They're panicking. Fudge called an emergency session. Dumbledore's been summoned. The game is afoot, my darling Death is head. Papa, the second wave of the Prophet hit that afternoon, not Skeeter this time, but editorial coverage. Opinion pieces. The public response was not what the ministry had hoped for. Letters to the editor poured in, 2/3 expressing outrage, demanding accountability, calling for Dumbledore's resignation from public office. The other third defended him, but their defenses were weak. He must have had reasons, he's a great man, he defeated Grindelwald, and Wednesday noted with satisfaction that defending someone by citing their past glory rather than their present actions was the surest sign of a losing argument. At the head table during lunch, Dumbledore was absent. Called to the ministry, presumably. McGonagall sat in the headmaster's chair with an expression of granite authority, and when a ministry owl arrived during the meal addressed to Harry, she intercepted it personally. "Mr. Potter," she said, bringing it to him at the Gryffindor table. "From the ministry. Would you like me to present while you read it?" "Please," Harry said, and opened it with Wednesday looking over his shoulder. It was a summons. A request to appear before the Wisengamot for questioning regarding his experiences. Phrased politely. Legally, it was optional, a request, not a subpoena. "They want me to testify," Harry said. "They want to control your testimony," Wednesday corrected. "A closed session questioning, behind Wisengamot doors, where they can manage what goes on record." She looked at McGonagall. "Professor, can students be removed from Hogwarts for Wisengamot proceedings against their will?" "Not without the headmaster's consent or a full judicial order," McGonagall said. "Neither of which they have. I'll respond on your behalf declining the request and referring them to your legal representation." She paused. "Unless you want to go." "Not yet," Harry said. "Not on their terms. When I testify, it'll be public. Open session. Press gallery full. My choice, my timing." McGonagall nodded. Something in her expression might have been pride. "I'll make that clear." She took the letter and returned to the head table, and Wednesday watched her go with the quiet satisfaction of watching a piece move exactly where it needed to be on the board. "She's ours now," Wednesday told Harry. "Not against Dumbledore, not entirely, she still respects him, still believes there might be an explanation. But she's ours first. She'll protect us within these walls against anything." "Good." Harry finished his lunch and stood. "We have defense against the dark arts this afternoon." "We have quarrel this afternoon," Wednesday corrected. They looked at each other. The common understanding passed between them without words: watch, learn, reveal nothing, show nothing. "Not yet. Let's go meet Voldemort," Harry said, and his smile was the sharp one, the dangerous one, and Wednesday matched it with her own, the one that made people nervous, the one her grandmother called her war face. They walked to class together, shoulder to shoulder, and the students who passed them in the corridor moved aside without being asked, not from fear, exactly, but from an instinct older than thought. The instinct that recognized predators by the way they moved through the world. Chapter 4, The Ministry Sends Its Regards. Quirrell's classroom smelled wrong. Wednesday noticed at the moment she crossed the threshold. Garlic, yes, that was the obvious cover, hung in braids from the ceiling like a vampire hunter's fever dream. But beneath it, something else. Something that reminded her of the formaldehyde in her family's basement laboratory, of things preserved past their natural expiration. The smell of something that should be dead and wasn't. Harry noticed too. His hand moved to his scar, that unconscious tell he was trying to break, and Wednesday saw the muscle in his jaw tighten as he forced the hand back down. Pain. Proximity to the thing wearing Quirrell was causing him physical pain, and he was refusing to show it. They sat in the front row. Of course they did. Quirrell was a performance. The stutter, the nervous wringing of hands, the flinching at shadows, all of it constructed, a mask so obvious that Wednesday was amazed no one had seen through it. But then, people saw what they expected. They expected a coward, so they saw one. "GG, good afternoon, class," Quirrell said, his back to them as he wrote on the board. Today we'll be discussing the basic principles of defensive magic." Harry leaned toward Wednesday. His voice was barely a breath. "The turban. That's where it is. Where he is." Wednesday looked at the turban. Purple, oversized, wound too carefully. Not a fashion choice, a concealment. And now that she knew what to look for, she could see it, the faintest distortion in the air around it, like heat shimmer, like something pressing outward against containment. "Can you feel him?" Wednesday whispered. "Like a nail behind my eye." Harry's voice was steady despite the pain. "He's aware of me. I can feel him, paying attention. Through the turban. Don't react. Don't show him you know." Harry straightened in his seat, picked up his quill, and began taking notes with mechanical precision. His face was a mask of polite academic interest. Only Wednesday could see the white of his knuckles where he gripped the quill. The class itself was useless. Quirrell taught nothing, stuttered through theory that was basic even for first years, avoided any practical demonstrations, set reading assignments from a textbook Wednesday had identified as outdated and partially inaccurate within the first 10 pages. A deliberate choice: keep the students ignorant of real defense. Keep them vulnerable. "He's not just hiding here," Wednesday said after class, as they walked toward the library. "He's actively sabotaging their education. Making sure no one in this school can actually defend themselves against what's coming," Harry agreed. "When he makes his move, whatever it is, he wants the students helpless. Which means we need to not be helpless. And neither can the people around us." Harry stopped walking. He turned to her with an expression she recognized, the look he got when a plan was forming, when the pieces were clicking into alignment behind those green eyes. "We teach them ourselves," he said. "Not officially. Not sanctioned. A group, the people we trust, the ones who've already aligned with us. Hermione, Neville, Ron, the twins. We teach them what Quirrell won't. A secret defense group operating within the castle while the Dark Lord occupies a professor's body and the ministry collapses around its own corruption." Wednesday considered this. "My grandmother would approve. Is that a yes?" "It's a, we start tonight, after we investigate the third floor. Priorities, Harry." He grinned. That sharp, dangerous, beautiful grin that had nothing of the cupboard boy in it. Priorities. They went to the third floor at 1 a.m. The invisibility cloak was remarkable, liquid silver fabric that draped over them both and rendered them completely invisible. Wednesday could still feel herself, feel Harry pressed close beside her under the shimmering material, but the mirror they'd tested it against showed nothing. Perfect concealment. They moved through the castle by map light, Harry holding the Marauder's map open, Wednesday holding her wand with a dim lumos to read it. The corridors were empty at this hour, though they tracked Filch Stud on the second floor and Mrs. Norris on the fourth and adjusted their route accordingly. The third-floor corridor was unremarkable. Stone walls, wooden doors, torches that had been deliberately unlit. The only door that mattered was at the far end, large, heavy, locked. "Standard lock," Harry murmured. "Alohomora." The lock clicked. The door opened. The room beyond was vast and dark, and something inside it was breathing. Not the small breath of a sleeping creature. The deep, massive, triple rhythm breathing of something enormous. Wednesday counted the breaths, 3 patterns, offset, slightly different depths. 3 sets of lungs. Harry raised his wand. Lumos Maxima. Light blazed. And they saw it. 3 heads. 1 body. A dog the size of a small house, filling most of the room, its 6 eyes closed in sleep, its 3 noses twitching, dreaming, perhaps, of whatever things the size of trucks dreamed about. Its paws were the size of dinner tables. Its teeth, visible even in sleep, were the length of Wednesday's forearm. Fluffy, Wednesday said flatly. Someone named that thing Fluffy. Hagrid. It has to be Hagrid's. She was looking past the creature, at what it was positioned over. A trapdoor in the floor, its outline just visible beneath one massive paw. It's guarding something. The trapdoor leads down. That's what Voldemort wants. Whatever's beneath this dog. Wednesday filed the information and tugged Harry's arm. Enough. We know what's here. We leave before it wakes. They retreated, relocked the door, and didn't speak again until they were back in the common room under the cloak, the fire dead, the room empty. A Cerberus guarding a trapdoor, Harry said, pulling the cloak off. That's one obstacle. There'll be more beneath, traps, challenges, protections. Multiple protections, set by multiple professors. Dumbledore wouldn't trust a single guardian, he'd layer them. Each teacher contributing their expertise. Wednesday was pacing, short, precise steps, her mind working. The question is, what's worth this level of protection? What's valuable enough to draw Voldemort out of hiding and into a school? The Philosopher's Stone. Harry said it with sudden certainty. I read about it, Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker. It produces the elixir of life. Immortality. Voldemort needs a body. He's a spirit, a parasite, clinging to Quirrell. The stone would give him physical form again. Permanent, immortal physical form. Wednesday stopped pacing. Dumbledore's using it as bait. He's luring Voldemort to try for the stone so he can catch him in the act. Using this school as the trap. Using us as the bait. Using you specifically. The prophecy child. Voldemort won't be able to resist coming for you once he has a body again. Harry was quiet for a moment. The fire was dead but his magic warmed the air around him, an unconscious reaction, comfort against the cold. When he spoke, his voice was calm. Decided. Then we take the stone first. Wednesday looked at him. That's what I was going to suggest. If Voldemort can't get the stone, he can't restore himself. He stays a parasite, weak, dependent on Quirrell. And if we have it, leverage. Against everyone. Dumbledore can't set his trap without the bait. Voldemort can't achieve his goal. We hold the key piece and both sides have to come to us. Wednesday sat down, folding her legs beneath her in the armchair. But we can't do it yet. We don't know what protections are under that trapdoor. We need intelligence. Hagrid, Harry said immediately. He's friendly. Trusting. He clearly knows about the dog because he named it. If we talk to him, casually, we might get him to tell us about the other protections without realizing he's doing it. Hermione can research Flamel and the stone itself, everything publicly known about its properties, its defenses, its vulnerabilities. She won't ask why if we frame it as academic curiosity. Neville, herbology prodigy in the making. If any of the protections involve plants, they almost certainly will. Professor Sprout teaches herbology, she'd contribute something botanical. They looked at each other in the dead firelight, and what passed between them was the electric thrill of a plan taking shape, not theoretical anymore, not distant, but immediate and real in theirs. We'll need everyone, Harry said. Not just for this, for all of it. The Ministry fight, the Voldemort problem, Dumbledore's chess game. We need people we trust, people who are capable, and we need them operating as a unit. Then we build one. Wednesday stood. Tomorrow we talk to Hagrid. Tomorrow night we start training the others. We have, she consulted the calendar in her mind. Based on Quirrell's nightly visits, he's testing the protections. Learning them. Mapping a route through. He's not ready yet, he hasn't solved them all. We have time, but not unlimited time. How long? Weeks, not months. His visits are getting longer. He's making progress. Then we move fast. We always do. Wednesday headed for the stairs. Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow's going to be long. Tomorrow was long, but not in the way either of them had anticipated. It started normally, breakfast, classes, the continuing background hum of public reaction to the legal filing. The Prophet's editorial page was a battlefield, pro-Potter, anti-Potter, pro-ministry, anti-ministry, 3 separate opinion pieces about Dumbledore's legacy. Gomez's Morning Owl reported that the Wisingamot had scheduled a preliminary hearing for the following week, faster than expected, which meant political pressure was working. Then, at lunch, the doors of the Great Hall opened and 4 people in formal robes walked in. Ministry officials. Wednesday identified them instantly by their bearing, their robes, dark blue with silver trim, the uniform of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. 3 of them were nondescript, enforcement officers, muscle in legal clothing. The 4th was a woman, short, squat, with a face like a toad and a smile that made Wednesday's skin crawl in a way very few things could. Dolores Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Wednesday had her file memorized, career bureaucrat, architect of anti-werewolf legislation, champion of pureblood supremacy hidden behind a veneer of maternal concern. She represented everything wrong with the Ministry distilled into a single, pink cardigan-wearing package. Umbridge's gaze swept the Great Hall and found Harry with unerring accuracy. Her smile widened. It was the smile of someone who had already decided how this encounter would go. Mr. Potter, she called across the hall, her voice high and girlish and carrying. The Ministry requires a word. The hall went silent. Students froze mid-bite. At the head table, McGonagall rose from her chair with the speed of a woman who'd been expecting this and preparing for it. Madam Umbridge, McGonagall said, her voice cutting across the silence like a whip crack. Students at Hogwarts are not subject to Ministry summons during school hours without the headmaster's express permission or a judicial order. Do you have either? Umbridge's smile didn't waver. I have a directive from the minister himself. A directive is not a judicial order. This is a school, not a ministry holding cell. If you wish to speak with Mr. Potter, you will arrange it through proper channels, his legal representative and the school administration. McGonagall descended from the head table with long strides, placing herself physically between Umbridge and the Gryffindor table. I must ask you to leave. Professor McGonagall, Umbridge said, and her voice had shifted, still sweet, but with something underneath it. Something that reminded Wednesday of Petunia Dursley's sweetness when company was over. I would hate for this to become unpleasant. The Ministry has authority. The Ministry has authority in the Ministry, McGonagall said. Within these walls, you are a guest. And you are an uninvited one. Leave, or I will have you removed. The 3 enforcement officers shifted. Their hands moved toward their wands, subtle, trained, the movement of people who expected confrontation. Harry stood up. The movement drew every eye. He didn't reach for his wand, didn't need to. The magic in the hall responded to him, the candles flaring brighter, the enchanted ceiling above crackling with sudden electricity as storm clouds gathered in miniature above the floating candles. Madam Umbridge, Harry said. His voice was calm, conversational, and it carried without effort, the acoustics of the hall bending toward him as though the castle itself wanted everyone to hear. I know who you are. I've read your legislative record. Anti-werewolf employment restrictions. Pro-pureblood educational initiatives. The proposal to classify Muggle-born wizards as second-generation magical persons with reduced Wisengamot representation. He paused. You're not here because the ministry cares about my welfare. You're here because I'm embarrassing your boss, and you've been sent to make me stop. Umbridge's smile was fixed. Painted on. But Wednesday could see the muscles around her eyes tightening, the involuntary response of someone whose script had just been torn up. Mr. Potter, I can assure you, I don't need your assurance. I need you to leave. Harry's voice didn't rise, didn't harden, stayed perfectly, dangerously level. Professor McGonagall has told you the legal position. My guardian's attorney has filed the appropriate responses to your minister's communications. There is nothing for us to discuss here, now, in front of 400 students who you clearly hoped would serve as witnesses to whatever performance you'd planned. He sat back down. Picked up his fork. Returned to his lunch as though the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic were beneath his notice. The hall was dead silent. Wednesday watched Umbridge's face cycle through emotions, fury, humiliation, calculation, before settling back into that terrible fixed smile. Very well, Umbridge said. I can see you've been coached. How unfortunate. The minister will be disappointed. She turned to leave, then stopped. Looked back. I do hope, Mr. Potter, that your advisors have considered the consequences of making enemies of those in power. The ministry has a long memory. So do I, Harry said, without looking up. Mine starts with a cupboard. Umbridge left. The three officers followed. The doors closed behind them, and the hall erupted, conversations exploding at every table, the noise level jumping from 0 to overwhelming in seconds. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley said, "Bloody hell, Harry." Language, Weasley, Wednesday said, but she was watching Harry's face, the mask of calm beginning to crack, the adrenaline tremor in his hands that he was hiding by gripping his fork. She pressed her knee against his under the table. I'm here. You did well. He pressed back. I know. McGonagall returned to the head table. Her expression was thunderous, but when her eyes met Harry's across the hall, she gave a single, sharp nod. Well done. She'll come back, Wednesday said quietly, under the noise. Umbridge. That wasn't a retreat, it was reconnaissance. She wanted to see how we'd respond, how the school would respond, where the lines are. And now she knows, Harry said. And now she knows. Which means the next time won't be a polite request. It'll be something with legal teeth. Wednesday was already composing the letter to her father in her mind. We need to accelerate. The hearing next week, my father needs to make it explosive enough that the ministry is too busy defending itself to come after us again. What about Umbridge specifically? I have ideas. Wednesday's voice was flat in a way that meant those ideas were particularly unpleasant for whoever they were aimed at. She has vulnerabilities. Everyone does. I just need to find hers. That evening, they went to Hagrid's cabin. It sat at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a large, ramshackle structure with smoke curling from its chimney and a crossbow leaning against the door frame. Hagrid himself was enormous, 8 feet of wild hair and leather coat and a face that radiated unconditional goodwill. His boarhound, Fong, bounded toward them with more enthusiasm than coordination. Harry. Hagrid beamed when he opened the door. And Wednesday, isn't it? Come in, just made rock cakes, they came in. The rock cakes were, as Wednesday had been warned by older students, technically inedible, but she appreciated the aesthetic of food that could double as a weapon. Hagrid, Harry said, accepting tea in a bucket-sized cup. I wanted to ask you about the 3rd floor. Hagrid's enormous face went through a rapid transformation, delight to alarm to attempted innocence, all of it transparent as glass. The 3rd floor. Dunno what ye mean, the three-headed dog named Fluffy that you clearly own, Wednesday said. We've seen it. Ye've been, how'd ye get past? Hagrid sputtered, then deflated. Yeah, I shouldn't know about that. That's top secret, that is. Dumbledore's business is my business, Harry said. Not aggressively, simply, factually. He made it my business when he put me in a cupboard for 10 years. I need to know what's being guarded, Hagrid. I already know it's the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid's teacup clattered against the table. How d'ya? Who told? Nobody told us. We worked it out. Nicholas Flamel, the stone, the elixir of life. Harry leaned forward. Hagrid, please. I'm not asking to cause trouble. I'm asking because there's someone in this castle who wants that stone, and I need to understand the protections to know how long we have. Someone wants, no. No one can get past Fluffy, no one except me, and anyone who knows how, Wednesday said. Music, isn't it? The Cerberus falls asleep to music. Quirrell was spotted near your cabin 3 times last week, and you had a flute stolen from your collection on Thursday. Hagrid went pale. Genuinely pale, which on a half-giant was an impressive thing to witness. Quirrell. But he's a teacher, Hagrid. Harry's voice was gentle. What's under the trapdoor? The half-giant struggled. His loyalty to Dumbledore was evident, deep, personal, forged over decades. But something else was visible too, concern. Fear. The dawning recognition that maybe, the man he trusted had left something important unsecured. I can't tell ye everything, Hagrid said finally. I shouldn't tell ye anything. But, he looked at Harry, at the boy he'd apparently been the one to pull from the rubble of Godric's Hollow on that night 10 years ago, and something in him gave way. The protections. Each teacher contributed one. Me, Fluffy. Then Professor Sprout did something with plants. Flitwick did something with enchantments. McGonagall, transfiguration, I reckon. Snape, a potion puzzle. And Dumbledore himself, the last one. 6 protections, Wednesday said. And Quirrell? He teaches defense, did he contribute? Yeah, he did. A troll, I think. Wednesday and Harry exchanged a glance. The defense teacher's contribution to the defenses. Which meant Quirrell, Voldemort, already knew how to bypass his own obstacle. He only needed to solve the others. Thank you, Hagrid, Harry said. This helps. Yeah, can't go down there, Hagrid said urgently. Promise me, Harry, it's dangerous, properly dangerous, we won't do anything reckless, Harry said. Which was not the same as promising not to go, and they all knew it, but Hagrid accepted it because he wanted to. They left the cabin with what they'd come for, a complete map of obstacles. Plants, charms, transfiguration challenge, potion puzzle, Quirrell's troll, already bypassed, and Dumbledore's final protection. 6 barriers between Voldemort and the stone. Sprout's plants, Neville handles that, Harry said as they walked back toward the castle in the dark. Flitwick's charms, you or me. McGonagall's transfiguration, me. Snape's potion, Hermione. She's the best logical thinker among us. And Dumbledore's protection? We figure it out when we get there. That's not a plan. That's optimism. It's faith in the fact that we haven't failed yet. Harry looked at her, and in the darkness his eyes caught the castle's light and held it. You and me, Wednesday. When have we not figured it out? We've known each other for 3 months. Best 3 months of my life. Also the only 3 months of my life where anyone gave a damn about me, so the bar was admittedly low. His mouth twitched. But the point stands. Wednesday didn't argue. He wasn't wrong, they hadn't failed yet. Everything they'd set their hands to had worked, the extraction from Privet Drive, the legal assault, the political campaign, the establishment of their position at Hogwarts. They were 11 years old and they were winning on every front simultaneously. Maybe optimism wasn't unreasonable when your track record was perfect. We need to train the others, she said. Starting tonight. If we're going through those protections, we need a team that can handle what's down there. Tonight, Harry agreed. Common room. After curfew. They gathered them at midnight, Hermione, Neville, Ron, Fred, and George. 6 people plus themselves. 8 total. Wednesday thought it was enough. Quality over quantity. Each person chosen for specific capabilities, specific strengths. The common room was empty, the fire banked low. Harry cast privacy wards, complex ones, layered, the kind that would have impressed a 7th year. He'd practiced these specifically, knowing this moment would come. We're going to tell you something, Harry said, standing by the fire, the orange light catching the angles of his face. And then we're going to ask you to do something dangerous. You can say no. No one will think less of you, and the information stays in this room regardless. He told them. All of it, Quirrell, Voldemort, the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore's trap. He laid it out clean and fast, no euphemisms, no softening. The faces around him went through the predictable stages: disbelief, fear, anger, resolve. You know who, Ron said. His face was white but his voice was steady. In the castle. Right now. In Quirrell's head, yes. And Dumbledore knows. And is using it. Using the school. Using all of us as set dressing for his trap. So what do we do? Neville asked. His voice shook slightly, but his jaw was set, that combination of terror and courage that Wednesday had learned to rely on. We take the stone before Voldemort can, Wednesday said. She'd remained seated in her armchair, letting Harry lead, his charisma, his fire, his ability to make people believe. Her role was different: structure, strategy, cold logic. We bypass the protections, retrieve the stone, and remove it from the board entirely. Without the stone, Voldemort has no path to restoration. Without the stone, Dumbledore's trap is defanged. We take it, and we hold it, and both sides lose their leverage. But, Hermione's brow was furrowed, her mind working. The protections. They were set by professors. Adult wizards with decades of experience. How can we possibly, because we know what they are, Harry said. And because each of you is specifically suited to one of them. Neville, the plant. It's Professor Sprout's contribution. Devil's Snare, most likely, or something similar. You know more herbology than half the 3rd years already. Neville straightened slightly. Devil's Snare. Light and warmth. It releases if you don't struggle and retreat from fire. Hermione, there's a potion puzzle. Logic-based. Snape designed it, which means it'll be elegant and cruel and require exactly the kind of mind that reads the restricted section for fun. Hermione's expression shifted from fear to determination. I can do that. Fred, George, we need a distraction. On the night we go, Quirrell needs to be occupied. Kept away from the 3rd floor long enough for us to get through. The twins grinned identically. Distraction is what we do best, said Fred. We once convinced Peeves to flood the entire 2nd floor to cover a fireworks test, said George. Keeping one possessed professor busy. Child's play. Ron, Harry looked at him. I need you watching the map. If anyone comes, Quirrell, Dumbledore, anyone, you signal us. You're our eyes. Ron nodded. His fear was visible, but so was something else, the desperate hunger to matter, to be chosen, to be enough. I can do that. Yeah. I can do that. When? Neville asked. Soon, Wednesday said. Quirrell is getting closer to solving the protections every night. We're monitoring his progress. When he's close, when we judge he's 1 or 2 nights from attempting it, we go first. And in the meantime? Hermione asked. We train, Harry said. He raised his wand, and the common room rearranged itself, furniture sliding to the walls, space opening in the center, the rug rolling itself up. Every night, after curfew. Defense, offense, practical magic that actually works in a fight. Quirrell's been teaching you nothing all year, I'm going to fix that. He started that night. Basic shields, Protego, which was technically a fourth-year spell but which Harry had mastered in his first week of training with the Addams family. He demonstrated once, a shimmering barrier of force that hummed with power, and then set them to it. Hermione managed a thin shield within the hour. Ron produced a flickering one by midnight. Neville struggled longer, but when his shield finally appeared, triggered by George lobbing a cushion at his head, it was solid, dense, and flung the cushion back hard enough to knock George off his feet. Bloody hell, Neville! George laughed from the floor. Neville stared at his wand in shock. I didn't know I could. You can, Harry said. You always could. You just needed someone to tell you it was allowed. Wednesday watched from her armchair, not participating in the practical training. Her role was different, her magic different, but observing. Noting strengths and weaknesses. Hermione, precise but overthinks, needs to trust instinct more. Ron, instinctive but undisciplined, needs structure. Neville, powerful but afraid of his own power, needs permission. The twins, creative, unpredictable, excellent in chaos, potentially unreliable in structured operations. All of them, loyal, motivated, growing. This would work. These people, this plan, it would work. She opened the Marauder's map and tracked Quirrell's dot. He was in his office. Stationary. The second name, Tom Riddle, overlapped his own. Waiting. Planning. Getting closer. Soon. The days that followed were a strange doubled existence. By day, classes, normality, the ongoing rumble of public reaction to the legal challenge. By night, training, planning, monitoring. Harry taught them relentlessly, shields, stunners, body binds, disarming charms. He pushed them hard, harder than any professor would have dared, because the stakes were real and there was no room for gentle pedagogy. Wednesday handled a different kind of preparation. She wrote letters, to her father, coordinating the legal timeline. To Ragnarok, requesting additional documentation. To Augusta Longbottom, cultivating the alliance Neville had opened. To Rita Skeeter, feeding selective information that kept the public narrative alive and burning. The preliminary Wisengamot hearing happened on a Thursday. Gomez attended in person. Wednesday received his owl that evening, the parchment practically vibrating with his energy. My darling daughter, the hearing was magnificent. Fudge sweated through his robes. Dumbledore attempted the grandfatherly wise man routine and was immediately challenged by Augusta Longbottom with the specific text of the Potter will. He had no answer for, under no circumstances. He literally had no answer. He sat there in silence for 11 seconds, I counted, and then said I believed it was necessary, and half the chamber audibly gasped. The full hearing is set for December. Public, press access, the works. We got everything we asked for. Fudge is throwing subordinates to the wolves. He's already sacked 2 people in the Department of Magical Children's Welfare, but that won't be enough. Augusta is pushing for criminal referral. Amos Diggory is backing her. The alliance is holding. Additionally, and this is important, I encountered Lucius Malfoy after the hearing. He approached me. Offered his support. Said he shared our concerns about institutional overreach and would be happy to lend his considerable influence to our cause. I smiled and took his card. I did not commit to anything. The man is a predator, Wednesday, I recognize the species. He sees chaos and wants to feed. We'll use him if we can, discard him when we must. Your mother sends her love. Pugsley has blown up the garden shed. Again. All my adoration. Papa Wednesday read the letter twice, then burned it in the common room fire. Information security. Then she sat and thought about Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy, whose son was in this school. Lucius Malfoy, who had served Voldemort and bought his freedom. Lucius Malfoy, who was now offering to help dismantle the system that had protected him. Why? The answer came to her with the clarity of a struck bell, because Lucius Malfoy knew Voldemort wasn't dead. Because the dark mark on his arm had been growing darker, Ragnarok had mentioned this, a rumor among the goblins who served Death Eater families. The marks were reacting. Voldemort was returning. And Malfoy was terrified. He betrayed Voldemort by claiming the Imperius defense. If the Dark Lord returned, Malfoy was a dead man walking. His only play was to align with whatever force seemed most capable of preventing that return, and right now, the most visible force doing anything was Harry Potter and the Addams legal machine. Useful, Wednesday murmured to herself. Temporarily. She drafted a careful response for her father: accept the alliance conditionally, use Malfoy's Wisengamot votes and political connections, share nothing sensitive, and prepare for the inevitable betrayal when Malfoy decided his interests lay elsewhere. Then she went to bed, because tomorrow was Friday and Quirrell's progress was accelerating and they were running out of time. Saturday morning, the map showed it. Quirrell's nightly visit had extended to 47 minutes, twice his usual duration. And when he emerged from the third-floor corridor, his dot moved differently. Faster. More purposeful. The gait of a man who'd solved a puzzle. He's through Sprout's protection, Wednesday told Harry at breakfast, the map hidden beneath the table. He figured out the plants last night. How many does he have left? Flitwick's charm test, McGonagall's transfiguration, Snape's potion, and Dumbledore's final protection. He already knows how to bypass his own troll and the dog. She calculated. At his current rate, one obstacle per 3 to 5 days, he'll be ready to make his attempt within 2 weeks. Then we go this week. We go this week. Harry nodded. His jaw was set, his eyes clear. No fear, just intent. Wednesday night. Wednesday night, she confirmed, and allowed herself the smallest flicker of a smile at the coincidence. It seems appropriate. The days between Saturday and Wednesday were the longest of their lives. They used every hour. Harry drilled the team twice, Monday night and Tuesday night, running them through scenarios, testing responses, building the automatic reactions that combat required. By Tuesday night, Hermione could cast a shield strong enough to deflect a stunner. Neville's bodybind was flawless. Ron could track 3 things simultaneously on the map without losing any of them. Wednesday spent those days on a different kind of preparation. She studied Dumbledore's final protection, the one they knew nothing about. She researched everything Dumbledore had ever written, every interview he'd given, every known magical working he'd produced. She was looking for his philosophy, his patterns, his tendencies, because the protection he designed would reflect his mind, and understanding his mind was the key to bypassing it. What she found was this: Dumbledore believed in love. In sacrifice. In the power of choosing good over power. His defeat of Grindelwald, his former friend, his youthful infatuation, had been won not through superior force but through something personal, emotional, sacrificial. His protection won't be a puzzle, Wednesday told Harry on Tuesday night, in the quiet of the common room after everyone else had gone to bed. It won't be a test of skill or knowledge. It'll be a test of character. Of intent. Something that can only be bypassed by someone who wants the stone for the right reasons. And what are the right reasons? That's the question, isn't it? Wednesday leaned back in her chair. Dumbledore would define right as selfless. Wanting the stone to use it is wrong, wanting it to protect it, to prevent it from being used, that might be right. Harry was quiet for a moment. I don't want to use it. I don't want immortality. I don't want to make gold. I want to keep it away from Voldemort. Then you might be exactly what the protection is designed to admit. And if I'm not? Then I'll find another way. There's always another way. Harry smiled. That soft, rare smile, not the sharp one, not the dangerous one. The one that was just for her, in moments like this, when no one was watching and no performance was required. What would I do without you? Suffer, presumably. Wednesday stood. Sleep. Tomorrow we end this. Wednesday night. Midnight. The common room. They gathered, all 8 of them, dressed in dark clothes, wands drawn. The fire was dead. The silence was absolute. Harry stood at the center and looked at each of them in turn, Hermione with her jaw set and her eyes bright, Neville with his hands shaking but his spine straight, Ron with the map clutched in white-knuckled fingers, Fred and George with identical expressions of wild anticipation. You know the plan, Harry said. Fred, George, Quirrell's distraction. You have 30 minutes to draw him out and keep him occupied. Poltergeist corridor on the 4th floor, make it spectacular. Spectacular is the only setting we have, Fred confirmed. Ron, the map. You're in the common room. Any dot moves toward the 3rd floor that shouldn't be there, you signal us. Patronus charm, Ron had managed a wispy, incomplete one in training, but it was enough to deliver a message. Tell us who and how close. Got it. Hermione, Neville, you're with us. Through the protections. Each of you handles your piece. Harry looked at them. We've trained for this. We're ready. Any questions? Silence. Then Neville, quietly, what if something goes wrong? Then we improvise, Harry said. We're good at that. And if Voldemort, Hermione started. If we encounter Voldemort, Wednesday said, standing, Harry and I handle it. Your job is the protections. Our job is everything else. She looked at Harry. Ready? He pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. It shimmered in the non-light, silver and impossible. Let's go. Fred and George departed first, heading for the 4th floor with a bag that clinked and sparked and smelled faintly of sulfur. Their job was simple, create enough chaos to draw Quirrell's attention away from the 3rd floor for the crucial window they needed. 7 minutes later, an explosion rocked the 4th floor. Then another. Then what sounded like Peeves shrieking in delighted fury, and the distant pounding of running feet. Ron, watching the map, whispered into the darkness, Quirrell's moving. Leaving his office. Heading for the 4th floor. Now, Harry said. They moved. Harry, Wednesday, Hermione, and Neville, for bodies under the cloak, pressed tight, moving fast through the corridors. The map showed their path clear, Filch on the ground floor, far side. Mrs. Norris near the kitchens. Quirrell converging on the 4th floor chaos, his dot moving with purpose. 3rd floor. The corridor. The door. Alohomora, Harry said, and they were in. Fluffy was awake. 3 heads turned toward the door, 6 eyes blazing, 3 mouths opening. Harry raised his wand. Not a spell, music. A melody spilling from the wand's tip, something soft and lullaby-sweet that filled the enormous room. Fluffy's head swayed. The growls died. 6 eyes drooped, blinked, closed. Within seconds, the massive body slumped, the breathing deepening into sleep. The trapdoor, Wednesday said. Move. Neville and Hermione helped haul Fluffy's paw aside, the weight was staggering, even asleep, and Harry pulled the trapdoor open. Darkness below. A long drop. Together, Harry said. Jump. They jumped. The fall was longer than expected, seconds of rushing dark, and then they landed on something soft. Something that moved. Something that immediately began to wrap around their limbs, tightening. Devil's snare. Neville's voice, sharp with recognition rather than panic. Don't move, don't struggle, relax. Wednesday forced her body still. Every instinct screamed against it. The tendrils were wrapping around her legs, her waist, her arms, squeezing, but she trusted Neville, trusted his knowledge, and she went limp. She sank through. The plant released her, and she dropped to solid stone below, a short fall, a hard landing, but free. Harry followed seconds later, then Hermione. Neville was still above. Not struggling, but the plant wasn't releasing him. It was pulling him deeper, tightening. It's because he's warm, Hermione said suddenly. His magic, Neville runs hot, all that herbological affinity, the plant's attracted to him, Neville. Harry pointed his wand upward. Lumos solum. Brilliant sunlight, not just light but actual sunlight, warm and golden, erupted from his wand. The devil's snare recoiled, shrieking in some vegetable frequency, its tendrils whipping away from Neville, who dropped through and landed in a heap at their feet. Thanks, Neville gasped. That's never been a problem before. Usually plants like me. That one liked you too much, Wednesday said. Move. They moved. The next room was vast, high-ceilinged, filled with the sound of wings. Hundreds of flying objects filled the air above them, glittering in torchlight. Keys, Hermione said. They're keys with wings. A heavy wooden door on the far side, locked. A broomstick hovering in the center of the room. The test was obvious: find the right key, catch it, unlock the door. Flitwick's contribution, Wednesday said. Charm work. The enchanted keys are designed to evade. Harry raised his wand. He didn't mount the broom. He didn't chase anything. Accio correct key, he said. Nothing happened. The keys continued their frantic flight, unconcerned. Summoning charm won't work on enchanted objects resisting the call, Hermione said. Flitwick would have anticipated that. Harry looked at the swarm of keys. Hundreds of them, all different, all flying, all designed to confuse. But the door was old, its lock large, and Wednesday could see him thinking, reading the lock, scanning the keys, identifying. There. He pointed. Big. Silver. Ornate. Bent wing, it's been caught before. Quirrell's been through here already. He mounted the broom. Wednesday had never seen Harry fly before, they'd never practiced it, never had cause. But the moment his feet left the ground, something happened that made even Wednesday pause. He was extraordinary. Not good, extraordinary. The broom responded to him as though it were part of his body, cutting through the swarm of keys with impossible precision, his hand closing around the silver key within seconds. He landed, tossed the key to Hermione, and dismounted with the casual grace of someone who'd been born in the air. How? Hermione started. Instinct, Harry said. Like the magic. Always there. Door. The key turned. The door opened. They pressed on. The next room, McGonagall's. A giant chess set, life-sized pieces on a stone board, white pieces facing them with blank, menacing faces. We have to play across, Hermione said. Take positions. Win. No, Harry said. He stepped onto the board, walked directly toward the white pieces, and they animated, drawing weapons, stepping forward, threatening. Harry raised his wand. Reducto. The white king exploded. Stone fragments rained across the board. The remaining white pieces, deprived of their king, froze. Then, one by one, they moved aside, clearing the path to the far door. Checkmate by decapitation. You can't just, Hermione sputtered. That's not how chess works. It's how war works, Harry said. Take out the leadership. Everything else falls apart. Coming. They crossed the cleared board. Hermione was still sputtering about rules. Neville was grinning, a wild, disbelieving grin. Wednesday said nothing, but she felt something warm and fierce in her chest at the sight of Harry not playing the game by its rules, refusing to submit to the challenge on its own terms, simply breaking it with raw power and moving forward. The next room, Quirrell's troll. Already dealt with, knocked out, slumped against the wall, Quirrell having dispatched his own obstacle on a previous night. They stepped over its legs and pressed on. Then, Snape's room. 7 bottles on a table, a riddle in flames. Purple fire blocking the way forward, black fire blocking retreat. Hermione stepped forward. Her element. She read the riddle twice, a logic puzzle, deduction through elimination. Her lips moved as she worked through it, her brilliant mind clicking through the constraints. This one, she said within 90 seconds, pointing to the smallest bottle. Takes you forward. That one, a round bottle near the end, takes you back. How much forward potion? Harry asked. Hermione looked at the tiny bottle. Enough for 1. Maybe 2, if you barely sip. Wednesday took the bottle. Measured with her eyes. 2 sips. Barely. Harry and I go forward. You and Neville go back, take the retreat potion, get back through the obstacles, rejoin Ron. But, Neville started. The last protection is Dumbledore's, Wednesday said. It's a test of intent, not skill. More people won't help, might hurt. Harry and I do this part alone. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. But she looked at Wednesday's face, that flat, certain, absolute expression, and she nodded. Be careful. We're never careful, Harry said. But we're always effective. He took the bottle. Sipped, barely, a drop that burned like ice down his throat. Passed it to Wednesday. She drank what remained, thin, bitter, freezing, and the purple fire parted before them like a curtain. They stepped through. Together. Into the last chamber. The room beyond was circular, stone, lit by torches that burned with white light. In its center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, gold-framed, with an inscription across the top that Wednesday read in the glass's reflection and deciphered instantly. I show not your face but your heart's desire. The mirror of Ariste, Wednesday said. Dumbledore's protection. The stone is inside the mirror. Only someone who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it. Harry approached the mirror. His reflection appeared, but not just his reflection. In the mirror, he was surrounded by people. A man who looked like him but with hazel eyes. A woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes. They were smiling at him. Behind them, more figures, Gomez, Morticia, Wednesday, all of them standing together. Harry's breath caught. His hand pressed flat against the glass. My parents, he whispered. There, it's showing you what you want most, Wednesday said gently. Not what's real. I know. His voice was thick. I know it's not real. But, he stood there for a moment. One moment, looking at the faces of the parents he'd never known, standing alongside the people who'd chosen him. Then he stepped back. Set his jaw. Focused. The stone, he said. I want to find the stone. To protect it. To keep it from Voldemort. He looked into the mirror again, not at the faces this time, but through them, past them, to the purpose beneath. And Wednesday watched his reflection change, watched the mirror Harry smile and reach into his pocket and pull out a blood-red stone and wink, and the real Harry felt weight appear in his actual pocket. He reached in. Drew out a stone the size of a large marble, deep crimson, warm to the touch. Got it, he breathed. Then we leave. Now. They turned toward the exit, and the purple fire behind them roared higher, and a voice spoke from beyond it. Not Quirrell's stuttering performance. A high, cold voice that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the spine. Not so fast, Harry Potter. The fire died. And through the doorway stepped Quirrell, but not Quirrell. His movements were different now, Smooth, confident, controlled. The stutter was gone. The fear was gone. What remained was a vessel, and the thing that wore it was looking at Harry with red eyes that burned in Quirrell's face. "Voldemort," Harry said. In a manner of speaking. Quirrell's mouth moved, but the voice that came out was not his own, it was layered, doubled, wrong. "Turn around, boy. Let me see you properly." Harry didn't turn. He stepped forward instead, placing himself between the mirror and Voldemort, his wand drawn and level. Wednesday moved to his side, her blackthorn wand in hand, the shadows in the room responding to her presence, deepening. "You're too late," Harry said. "I have it." Quirrell's, Voldemort's, head tilted. Those red eyes flickered to Harry's pocket, where the stone's weight was visible. Something that might have been anger crossed the possessed face. Then something else, interest. Hunger. "Give me the stone, boy, and I will let you live." "No. Give me the stone and I will tell you the truth about your parents. About that night. About what really happened. I already know what happened. You killed them. You tried to kill me. You failed." Harry's wand didn't waver. The air around him was beginning to change, pressure building, the ambient magic of the room drawing toward him, responding to his intent. "And you're going to fail again. You are a child." The voice was colder now. Contemptuous. "You have no comprehension of what you face. I face a parasite," Wednesday said. Her voice was flat, clinical, utterly devoid of fear. "A spirit without a body, dependent on a host, too weak to act independently. You're not a Dark Lord in this room. You're a ghost wearing a man like a suit. And you're in our way." Quirrell's face contorted, rage, inhuman rage, the kind that belonged to something that had been human once and burned it away. "Kill them," the voice said, but different now. Coming from behind Quirrell's head. From under the turban. "Kill them both." Quirrell raised his wand. Harry moved. Not defensively. Not carefully. Not like an 11-year-old. Like a force of nature. His wand swept and the air between them solidified, not a shield, something more, something that crackled with golden light, and Quirrell's curse hit it and shattered. The fragments of broken magic scattered across the room like sparks. Quirrell fired again. And again. Each spell met the same barrier, Harry's magic, raw and vast and refusing to yield. "Wednesday," Harry said, his voice strained with effort but controlled. "The shadows." She understood. Her wand moved and the shadows in the room responded, not just darkening but moving, thickening, reaching. They wrapped around Quirrell's ankles, his wrists, his wand arm, living darkness, binding him in place. Quirrell thrashed against them, his strength more than human, the Dark Lord's power flowing through him, the shadows tore. Voldemort's magic ripped through them like paper, and Wednesday staggered, the feedback hit her like a physical blow, driving her back a step. But she didn't fall. Didn't stop. She cast again, different this time. Not binding. Revealing. "Finite incantata maxima," she said, pouring everything she had into the dissolution charm, not aimed at Quirrell's spells but at Quirrell himself. At the magic that bound two beings in one body. At the parasitic connection between host and possessor. Quirrell screamed. His body arched, his hands going to his head, the turban unraveling, falling away, and on the back of his skull, pressed into the flesh like a mask worn backward, was a face. Red eyes, slitted nostrils, a mouth twisted in fury. The face of Tom Riddle. The face of Voldemort. "Stop her," the face screamed, and Quirrell lunged. Harry caught him. Not with magic. With his hands. He grabbed Quirrell's outstretched arms and held, and where his skin touched Quirrell's skin, something happened. Something terrible. Quirrell's flesh blistered. Burned. Cracked and blackened where Harry's fingers gripped, as though Harry's very touch was acid, was fire, was anathema to whatever Voldemort had made of his servant's body. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort screamed. The room screamed, magic overloading, the mirror cracking, the torches flaring to impossible brightness. "Harry!" Wednesday shouted. "Don't let go." He didn't let go. He held on, even as Quirrell thrashed and burned and disintegrated beneath his hands, even as the pain in his scar became a white-hot lance through his skull, even as the magic built and built towards something catastrophic. He held on because Wednesday told him to, because the pact meant he trusted her, because she could see what he couldn't, that Voldemort's spirit was being torn free by the contact, being rejected, being expelled. Quirrell collapsed. Crumbled. Fell to ash and dust and nothing beneath Harry's burning hands, and from the remains rose something dark, a shadow, a wraith, a formless shrieking thing with red eyes that blazed with impotent fury. Voldemort. Bodiless. Expelled. The wraith turned toward Harry, surging, reaching, and Wednesday stepped forward, blackthorn wand raised, and she said one word. "No." The shadows in the room answered her. Every shadow, every darkness, every absence of light, they rose like a wave, like a wall, like the definitive statement of a girl who carried death as a companion. They crashed over the wraith, not destroying it, she couldn't destroy it, it was bound to existence by magic she didn't yet understand, but driving it back. Rejecting it. Casting it out. The wraith fled. Through the ceiling, through the stone, shrieking into the night, broken, bodiless, defeated. The room went quiet. Harry stood in the ashes of Quirrell's body, his hands blistered and raw, his scar bleeding freely down his face. He was breathing hard, ragged, desperate breaths, but he was standing. Alive. Holding. Wednesday crossed to him. Her own legs were unsteady, the shadow magic had cost her more than she'd show, but she reached him and put her hand on his arm, above the burns, where the skin was still whole. "It's over," she said. "He's gone." Harry looked at his hands. At the burns, the blisters, the blood. At the pile of ash that had been a man. Then he reached into his pocket with raw, trembling fingers and pulled out the stone. Still there. Still real. Still theirs. "We did it," he said. "We did." Wednesday took the stone from his shaking hand, carefully, gently. "Now we leave before Dumbledore arrives to play the concerned headmaster. He'll know. Of course he'll know. He always knows. But if we're not here when he arrives, we control the narrative. We went for a walk. We found something concerning. We handled it. End of story." She pocketed the stone. "Can you walk?" Harry took a step. His legs held. The pain was enormous, scar, hands, the deep magical exhaustion of having channeled more power than his young body should have been able to hold, but he was Harry Potter, and he'd endured worse than this in a cupboard at age 7 with no magic and no one. "I can walk," he said. They walked. Back through the fire, extinguished now, the magic that powered it dead with Quirrell. Back through the potion room, the chess room, the key room, the devil's snare chamber. Up through the trapdoor, Fluffy still sleeping, the music charm lingering. Out into the third-floor corridor and away, moving quickly, the invisibility cloak over them both. The map showed Dumbledore's dot descending from his office. Moving toward the third floor. They were already 2 corridors away, heading for the common room, invisible and untraceable. Ron was waiting in the common room, the map spread before him, his face white with terror that melted into overwhelming relief when they pulled the cloak off. "You're alive," he breathed. "I thought, when the map showed Quirrell go down there, I thought, Quirrell's dead," Harry said, sitting heavily in an armchair. "Voldemort's gone. The stone is secure. You killed, he burned." Harry looked at his hands, the blistering already beginning to heal, his magic working beneath the skin, repairing. "When I touched him. He just burned." Hermione and Neville emerged from the staircase. They'd been waiting, unable to sleep. Hermione gasped at the sight of Harry's hands, rushed to him, began casting what healing charms she knew. Neville brought water. Ron hovered, useless and terrified and loyal. Wednesday sat in her armchair and felt the weight of the stone in her pocket and felt the trembling in her limbs that she'd hidden from everyone and let herself have one moment, just one, of something that might have been relief. They'd done it. The stone was theirs. Voldemort was banished. And tomorrow, today, technically, it was past 3 in the morning, tomorrow they would use this. Another piece of leverage. Another weapon in the arsenal they were building against a world that had tried to use Harry as a pawn and was learning, slowly, painfully, that pawns could become queens if you weren't watching. Harry's eyes found hers across the room, over Hermione's fussing hands and Ron's hovering and Neville's worried face. "Pact's holding," he said quietly. "Pact's holding," she confirmed. He smiled. She didn't smile back, she never did, but something in her eyes answered his, and it was enough. Chapter 5, Pact fulfilled. Dawn broke over Hogwarts like a wound opening, red and gold bleeding across the sky, staining the lake's surface copper. Harry woke in the common room armchair where he'd fallen asleep sometime around 4, his hands wrapped in bandages Hermione had conjured, the invisibility cloak puddled around his feet like shed skin. The stone was gone from his pocket. He knew where it was without checking. Wednesday had it. Wednesday, who was sitting in the opposite armchair fully awake, fully dressed, reading a letter that must have arrived by pre-dawn owl. She looked up when he stirred. "Your hands," she said. Harry unwrapped the left one. The blistering was gone, new skin, pink and tender, but whole. His magic had done its work overnight, repairing what Quirrell's death had damaged. He flexed his fingers. Everything moved. Everything worked. "Dumbledore went to the 3rd floor at 3:14 this morning," Wednesday said, folding her letter. "He spent 47 minutes in the final chamber. He emerged and went to the Olary. He sent 3 owls. Then he returned to his office, where he has been since. He knows the stone is gone. He knows. The question is what he does about it." Wednesday stood, tucking the letter into her bag. "He has 2 options. Confront us privately, which means admitting he knew Voldemort was in the castle and did nothing. Or say nothing and try to determine what happened through indirect means." "He'll try indirect first," Harry said. "He'll watch. He'll probe. And we'll let him." Wednesday moved to the window. The grounds below were still and empty, too early for anyone but the most dedicated joggers and the gamekeeper. "We have the stone, we have the documentation, we have the legal challenge building toward December's hearing. All the pieces are in position. Now we push." Harry joined her at the window. His reflection in the glass was clearer than it had been 3 months ago, 3 months of meals, of training, of being cared for. He didn't look like the boy from the cupboard anymore. He looked like something else entirely. "What did the letter say?" he asked. "My father. The Wisengamot hearing is confirmed for December 15th. Public. Full press gallery." Fudge tried to have it moved to closed session 3 times, Augusta Longbottom blocked every attempt. Wednesday's voice held that particular note of satisfaction she got when plans converged. "We testify. Both of us. Both of us. In front of the entire Wisengamot, the press, and the public. We tell them everything, the cupboard, the will, the vault theft, and now this." She touched her pocket where the stone rested. "We tell them that the headmaster of Hogwarts knowingly harbored the Dark Lord in a school full of children and used a priceless magical artifact as bait." Harry let out a long breath. "That's going to be a very bad day for a lot of people. That's the point." They stood together at the window, watching the sun climb, and between them the understanding was complete and wordless. Everything they'd built since that day on Privet Drive was coming to a point. One hearing. One day. One chance to crack the system open so wide it couldn't be sealed shut again. The weeks between the third-floor confrontation and the December hearing were a masterclass in controlled tension. Dumbledore tried. He was subtle about it, decades of political maneuvering made him incapable of anything crude, but he tried. A request to see Harry in his office, framed as a friendly chat. Harry declined, through McGonagall, citing his legal counsel's advice. A casual encounter in the corridor, where Dumbledore appeared around a corner with perfect timing and warm eyes and said, "Harry, my boy, I wonder if we might, through my representative, headmaster." Harry kept walking, Wednesday beside him, and they rounded the corner and were gone before Dumbledore could adjust. A more creative attempt, a note left on Harry's bedside table, somehow bypassing the dormitory wards, written in Dumbledore's flowing hand, "I believe we have a mutual interest in ensuring the safety of a certain object. Perhaps we could discuss this over tea." Wednesday intercepted this. She wrote back, on the same parchment, in her precise script, "Any communication regarding the object in question should be directed to Gomez Addams, ESQ. Additionally, the ability to access a student's dormitory without their knowledge or consent will be raised at the December hearing as evidence of ongoing boundary violations. W.A." The note stopped after that. Snape was a different problem. Since the article and the confrontation in his classroom, the potions master had existed in a state of visible internal conflict. He still looked at Harry with that complicated, layered intensity, but the cruelty had muted. He no longer singled Harry out for humiliation, no longer deducted points without cause. In class, he was coldly professional, demanding, exacting, but fair. "He knew my mother," Harry said one evening in the common room, studying for potions with Wednesday's notes spread between them. "I found his name in the files, Severus Snape, childhood friend of Lily Evans. Same neighborhood. They grew up together. And then he joined the Death Eaters and she married your father," Wednesday said. "Complicated history. He loved her. I think I think that's why he looks at me like that. My eyes." Harry touched his face, near the corner of his eye. "Everyone says I have her eyes." "Guilt," Wednesday diagnosed. "He chose Voldemort, lost her, and now looks at you and sees the cost of that choice every day. It's useful, guilt can be leveraged. But it's also genuine. He's not a threat to us." "He's not a threat to us," Harry agreed. "He might even be an asset, eventually. If we handle him right. After the hearing. Once the power structure shifts. People like Snape align with strength, they've been burned too badly by weakness to do anything else." The training sessions continued every night. Their group, which had no name but didn't need one, met in the common room after midnight. Fred and George had found a better location, the room of requirement on the 7th floor, which appeared when you needed it and configured itself to suit your purpose. It gave them a training space, a meeting room, a library of defensive texts, anything they asked for. In that room, Harry taught and Wednesday planned and the others grew. Hermione's shields became walls, impenetrable, layered, sophisticated. Neville's offensive magic blossomed under encouragement like the plants he loved. Ron developed a strategic instinct that surprised everyone, including himself. He could read a tactical situation faster than anyone in the group, seeing patterns and opportunities invisible to others. The twins weaponized their creativity, developing spell combinations no textbook had ever imagined. They were becoming something. Not just friends, a force. A unit that moved and fought together with growing fluency. The day before the hearing, Lucius Malfoy made his move. It came through Draco. The Malfoy heir approached Harry in the library, neutral ground, public space, no ambush possible, and sat across from him with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and failing. "My father wants to meet with you," Draco said. No preamble. No pure-blood posturing. Just the raw delivery of a message, stripped of everything his father would have coached him to add. Harry looked at him. Wednesday looked at him. Draco sat under their combined gaze and, to his credit, didn't wilt. "Why now?" Harry asked. "Because tomorrow's the hearing and he wants to make sure he's on the right side of it. He could have simply shown up and voted the right way. He could." Draco swallowed. "But he wants assurances. Protection. He's afraid of what comes next if certain things change." "If Voldemort returns fully," Wednesday said. "Not a question." Draco flinched at the name but held her gaze. "He can't go back," Draco said quietly. "He told the world he was under Imperius. If he comes back, my father's dead. My mother's dead. Probably me." Something raw flickered behind the careful gray eyes. Fear, real fear, a boy's fear for his family, stripped of all Malfoy arrogance. "He'll do whatever you want. Vote however you need. Just tell him he's safe." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I can't promise him safety from Voldemort. Nobody can. What I can promise is that if your father stands publicly against the old system, votes for reform, testifies about Death Eater activities, uses his influence to dismantle what he helped build, then when the reckoning comes, and it is coming, he'll be on the right side of it. That's the offer, Draco." Harry's voice was firm but not cruel. "We're not in the protection business. We're in the accountability business. Your father can be part of the solution or part of the problem, but he can't be both simultaneously." He paused. "You, on the other hand, you've got a different choice. You're not your father. You haven't done anything yet that can't be undone." Draco stared at him. Something was working behind his face, the machinery of a worldview adjusting, gears grinding against each other. "My father's going to vote with you tomorrow," Draco said finally. "Whatever you need. He'll bring Crabbe and Goyle Sr., not Parkinson, the old families, the fence-sitters. He'll deliver them. In exchange for nothing." Draco's chin lifted, an echo of his father's pride, but aimed differently. "He'll do it because it's the smart move. And because," he stood, gathering his bag. "Because I told him you'd win. And Malfoys always pick the winning side." He left. Harry and Wednesday watched him go. "He's terrified," Harry said. "The father or the son?" "Both. But Draco, he's terrified of something specific. Not Voldemort. He's terrified of becoming his father." Harry leaned back in his chair. "I know what that fear feels like." Wednesday said nothing. But she reached across the table and squeezed his wrist once, brief, rare, the most physical affection she typically offered, and Harry understood what it meant: you didn't become what they tried to make you. Neither does he, if he chooses right. December 15th. The Wiesengemot. Wednesday had been here before, in imagination, in planning, in the hundreds of scenarios she'd run through her mind over the preceding months. But imagination hadn't prepared her for the reality of the chamber itself, a massive circular room, tiers of seats rising like an amphitheater, every seat filled. Wizards and witches in plum-colored robes, the full Wiesengemot assembled. The press gallery overhead was packed, reporters crammed shoulder to shoulder, quills poised, cameras flashing. Rita Skeeter sat in the front row of the gallery, her acid green quill already writing. She caught Wednesday's eye and winked. Wednesday did not wink back, but she acknowledged the exchange internally. Their weapon was in position. The public gallery was fuller than Wednesday had ever seen in the photographs she'd studied, citizens who'd fought for access, who'd written letters, who cared about this enough to show up. Among them, visible by her height and her vulture-topped hat, sat Augusta Longbottom. Beside her, Neville, excused from classes for the day, his grandmother's doing. His face was pale but his presence was a statement, another child failed by the system, standing witness. Gomez Addams was magnificent. He stood at the advocate's podium in a suit that cost more than most ministry salaries, his mustache perfectly groomed, his presence filling the chamber the way only a born performer's could. Beside him, not behind, beside, Harry stood in simple, well-fitted robes of deep green that brought out his eyes. Wednesday stood at Harry's other side, in black as always, her face revealing nothing. Across the chamber, the respondents' bench held Cornelius Fudge, visibly sweating in his bowler hat, flanked by ministry lawyers whose expression suggested they knew they were on a sinking ship. And at the end of the bench, seated with the careful dignity of a man who still believed he could talk his way out of anything, Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met. Harry and Dumbledore, across 20 feet of charged air. The old wizard's expression was, tired. Not defeated, not yet, but tired in the way of someone who has finally accepted that the consequences of their choices are here, embodied and unforgiving, staring them in the face. Harry did not look away. Neither did Wednesday. They stood together, shoulder to shoulder, as they'd stood since that first day on Privet Drive, and they let the Wisengamot see them. Let the cameras capture them. Two children, 11 years old, standing in a hall of power because the hall had failed them and they'd come to collect the debt. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden, serving in Dumbledore's stead, since Dumbledore was a respondent, called the chamber to order. The gavel fell. The room went silent. We convene today for a full public hearing in the matter of Potter versus the Ministry for Magic and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Ogden's voice rang through the chamber. The petitioner's advocate will present. Gomez rose. He did not begin with a legal argument. He began with a story. Members of the Wisengamot. Ladies and gentlemen of the press. Citizens of magical Britain. His voice was rich, resonant, carrying the effortless projection of a man who'd argued in courtrooms across the world. On the 31st of October, 1981, James and Lily Potter were murdered. Their son, Harry, survived. He was 15 months old. He paused. Let the silence build. In the hours that followed, Albus Dumbledore, acting alone, without judicial authorization, without consultation with this body, without reference to the Potters' written and witnessed last will and testament, removed the child from the custody of authorized guardians and placed him with Petunia and Vernon Dursley of No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Another pause. The Potters' will, which this body sealed at Dumbledore's request and which remained sealed for 10 years, explicitly, specifically, by name excluded the Dursleys as potential guardians. The will states, and I quote, "Under absolutely no circumstances shall our son be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley." This line is underlined. Twice. A murmur ran through the chamber. Gomez let it run its course, then continued. For 10 years, Harry Potter lived in a cupboard under the stairs. A cupboard. Not a bedroom, a cupboard. 4 feet by 6 feet. No window. A bolt on the outside of the door. His voice remained controlled, conversational, the facts themselves were emotional enough without theatrical delivery. He was used as household labor from the age of 5. He was denied adequate food, adequate clothing, adequate medical care. He was beaten. He was told his parents were worthless drunks. He was told he deserved this. The chamber was silent now. Not the polite silence of a body waiting for a speaker to finish, the horrified silence of people hearing something they couldn't unhear. And during those 10 years, Gomez said, the Ministry of Magic, through the office of the minister, sealed the will that would have prevented this. Authorized withdrawals from the child's vault without guardianship documentation. Maintained records of the placement without conducting welfare checks. And when the child finally appeared in the magical world, sent a representative, his gaze found umbrage in the observers' seats, and his smile was savage, not to ensure his safety, but to ensure his silence. He turned to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore's justification for the placement was a set of blood wards, ancient protections tied to the maternal bloodline that required the child to live with a blood relative. These wards, we are told, protected Harry from the remnants of Voldemort's followers. The name caused the expected flinch through the chamber. Gomez ignored it. We have obtained independent expert analysis of these wards. The analysis, conducted by Gringotts ward specialists with no affiliation to any party in this case, confirms that blood wards of the type described require love. Active, genuine, familial love from the guardian toward the child. In the absence of such love, the wards decay and fail. He produced a document, thick, official, bearing the Gringotts seal. The analysis concludes that the wards at number 4, Privet Drive failed no later than 1985. Harry Potter was 4 years old. From that date forward, the stated justification for the placement was non-existent. The child was living in an abusive home, unprotected by wards, unknown to this body, unreachable by those named in his parents' will as appropriate guardians. Gomez set the document on the podium. For 6 years. 6 years in which Albus Dumbledore, chief warlock of this body, maintained the placement despite knowing, or being negligent in failing to know, that his protections had failed. Silence. Total, devastating silence. Gomez turned to the chamber. We do not allege that Professor Dumbledore intended to harm Harry Potter. We allege something worse, that he was indifferent to the harm, because the child's safety was never his primary concern. His primary concern was control. Control of the boy who lived, his location, his ignorance, his gratitude. The word fell like a gavel. A child raised in a cupboard, starved and beaten, denied all knowledge of his heritage, that child, upon being rescued and introduced to the magical world, would be grateful to his rescuer. Would trust him absolutely. Would do whatever he was told. Dumbledore was on his feet. That is not, Mr. Dumbledore will have his opportunity to respond, Ogden said sharply. Continue, Mr. Addams. We further allege, Gomez said, that this pattern of control extended into the current academic year. That the headmaster of Hogwarts knowingly permitted a professor possessed by the spirit of Voldemort to teach at the school. The chamber exploded. Not metaphorically, the noise was physical, slamming against the walls, Wisengamot members shouting, the gallery screaming. Ogden's gavel banged repeatedly. Order took nearly 2 minutes to restore. To teach at the school, Gomez continued, once silence returned, as part of a trap designed to lure Voldemort into attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which Dumbledore had moved from Gringotts to the school in August of this year. Another eruption. Shorter this time, people were bracing for it. The result of this trap was a direct confrontation between the possessed professor and 2 first-year students, Harry Potter and Wednesday Addams, in which the professor was killed and Voldemort's spirit was expelled from the castle. 2 11-year-old children accomplished what the most powerful wizard of the age apparently could not, the removal of a Dark Lord from a school full of innocents. Gomez turned back to the bench. We submit to this body that the Ministry for Magic is guilty of criminal negligence in the welfare of Harry Potter. We submit that Albus Dumbledore is guilty of unlawful interference in the custody of a minor, unauthorized access to a minor's estate, and reckless endangerment of students under his care. We seek, 1. A formal censure of the Ministry with structural reforms to the Department of Magical Children's Welfare. 2. The removal of Albus Dumbledore from the position of Chief Warlock. 3. The establishment of an independent oversight body for Hogwarts, answerable to this chamber rather than to the headmaster alone. 4. Full restitution of all funds withdrawn from the Potter estate without authorization. He paused. Straightened his tie. Looked at the chamber with the calm satisfaction of a man who had just detonated a bomb and was enjoying the view. We call Harry James Potter to testify. Harry walked to the witness podium. Wednesday watched him go, steady, straight-backed, no hesitation. The chamber was silent. Every eye was on him. Cameras flashed continuously, the sound like distant machine gun fire. He stood at the podium and he looked small. 11 years old, thin, a lightning bolt scar visible on his forehead. He looked like a child. That was the point. That was the devastating, undeniable power of his presence here, a child, standing before the full weight of magical government, telling them what they had done. My name is Harry Potter, he said. His voice was clear, carrying without effort. The chamber's acoustics helped, but it was more than that. It was him. His magic, his presence, the sheer force of who he had become. I'm 11 years old. I'm a first-year student at Hogwarts. And until 3 months ago, I lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He told them. Not all of it, not every detail, not every blow, not every night spent hungry in the dark. He told them enough. The cupboard. The bars on the window, installed after his first Hogwarts letter arrived, when the Dursleys panicked. The cooking and cleaning and gardening. The cousins' gang that chased him. The aunt who told him his mother was worthless. The uncle who told him he should be grateful. He told them about the night Wednesday found him. About her appearing at the garden fence like something conjured, small, dark, absolutely certain. About the letter opener at his uncle's wrist. About Gomez and Morticia arriving like the cavalry in a nightmare. Before that night, Harry said, I had never been told that what was happening to me was wrong. I knew it was wrong, somewhere inside, I always knew, but no one had ever said it. No adult, no authority, no one who could have changed it. They all knew. The magical world knew where I was. Arabella Figg, a woman placed by Dumbledore to watch me, lived 2 streets away and reported to him regularly. She saw the state of me. She reported it. Nothing changed. He looked at Dumbledore. Not with anger, past anger, beyond it, into something colder and more permanent. Professor Dumbledore told me, when he came to see me in August, that he made mistakes. That he was sorry. That he had my best interests at heart. Harry's voice didn't waver. I don't believe him. Not because I think he's evil, I don't. I think he's something worse. I think he's someone who believes that the ends justify the means, and that children are acceptable costs. I think he looked at a baby whose parents had just been murdered and calculated the most strategically advantageous place to store that baby until it was needed. And I think the cupboard was the answer he came up with. The chamber was so quiet that Wednesday could hear the scratching of Rita Skeeter's quill in the gallery above. I'm not here for revenge, Harry said. I'm not here because I hate anyone in this room, though I have the right to. I'm here because this system, he gestured at the chamber, at the robes, at the seats of power. This system failed me. And if it failed me, the boy who lived, the most famous child in magical Britain, then how many others has it failed? How many children are out there right now, placed with the wrong people, ignored by a ministry that doesn't check, sealed away from the protections their parents arranged because someone with authority decided they knew better? He paused. Let the silence work. I'm asking this body to fix it. Not for me, I'm already fixed, no thanks to any of you. But for the next child. The one sitting in a cupboard right now, wondering if anyone's coming. Make sure someone does. Harry stepped down from the podium. The silence held for 3 seconds after he returned to his seat. Then, applause. Not from the Wisengamot, they were too stunned, too implicated, too compromised to applaud. From the public gallery. From the press gallery. From the citizens who'd come to watch justice done, rising to their feet, clapping with the fierce desperation of people who'd finally heard someone say what they'd been thinking. Ogden let it continue for 10 seconds before gaveling for order. His face was complicated, moved, disturbed, resolute. The respondents may reply, he said. Fudge stood. He was sweating visibly, rivers of perspiration running from beneath his bowler hat, and his voice, when it came, was thin. Defensive. The ministry deeply regrets any failures in process regarding the placement of Mr. Potter. The Department of Magical Children's Welfare has already initiated comprehensive reforms, new oversight procedures, new inspection protocols. The responsible parties have been identified and terminated, Minister. Augusta Longbottom's voice cut from the gallery like a blade. The responsible party is sitting in this chamber. Are you telling us that you will hold him accountable, or are you telling us that you will sacrifice subordinates while the architect walks free? Fudge faltered. His eyes darted to Dumbledore, looking for help, for direction, for the guiding hand that had steered Ministry policy for decades. Dumbledore did not meet his gaze. The old wizard was looking at his own hands, folded in his lap, and his expression was something Wednesday had never seen on him before: defeat. Not total. Dumbledore was too old, too resilient, too certain of his own ultimate rightness to surrender entirely. But defeat in this battle. The recognition that this fight was lost. "Professor Dumbledore," Ogden said. "You may address the chamber." Dumbledore stood. Slowly, with the careful movements of a man carrying a weight he could no longer pretend wasn't there. He looked at the chamber, at the faces of colleagues who trusted him for decades, at the press recording every word, at the public who'd worshipped him as savior and protector. And he looked at Harry. "Everything Mr. Potter has said is true," Dumbledore said. His voice was quiet. No twinkle. No warmth. Just the bare, stripped-down truth of a man who has run out of room to maneuver. "I placed him with the Dursleys. I sealed the will. I believed, genuinely believed, that the Blood Wards would protect him from threats more dangerous than domestic unhappiness. I was wrong." A murmur through the chamber. Dumbledore continued. "I was wrong about the wards. I was wrong about the Dursleys. I was wrong about what could be sacrificed in service of the greater good. And I was wrong to place the burden of my mistakes on a child's shoulders." He paused. Drew a breath that seemed to age him 10 years. "I offer no excuse. I offer only the acknowledgement that I failed, profoundly, in my duty to a child entrusted to my world's care. And I accept whatever consequences this body deems appropriate." He sat. Wednesday watched him sit and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not triumph, not vindication. Just the clean, cold clarity of a thing completed. A truth spoken in public, on record, undeniable and irreversible. Whatever happened next, whatever punishment the Wizengamot imposed, whatever reforms were enacted, this moment was permanent. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, had stood before his peers and admitted that he had broken a child for the greater good and that the greater good had not been served. That was enough. That was everything. Ogden called for deliberation. The Wizengamot adjourned to chambers. The public and press galleries emptied into the corridors, the noise level rising to a roar, reporters shouting questions, citizens debating, the entire machinery of magical society processing what it had just witnessed. In the corridor outside the chamber, Gomez put his hands on Harry's shoulders and looked at him with wet eyes and said, "Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Your parents would have been so proud, Harry. I am so proud." Harry's composure cracked. Just slightly, a tremor in his jaw, a brightness in his eyes. He didn't cry, he might never cry, Wednesday thought, might have had that trained out of him too thoroughly to recover, but he pressed his forehead briefly against Gomez's shoulder and allowed himself to be held, and that was something. Morticia stood beside Wednesday, her hand resting on her daughter's shoulder, and said nothing. Nothing needed to be said. The work spoke for itself. Wednesday. A voice behind them. She turned. Draco Malfoy, standing in the corridor in formal robes, his father visible 20 feet behind him, Lucius with his cane, his white blonde hair, his careful mask. But it was Draco who'd approached. Draco who stood before her with something in his expression that looked like the beginning of a choice. "My father's going to vote for all of it," Draco said. "Every reform. Every sanction. The removal of Dumbledore from Chief Warlock." "I know," Wednesday said. "He already told my father he would. I know he did. I'm not here about my father." Draco straightened. Drew himself up to his full 11-year-old height. "I'm here about me. I watched, in there. What Potter said. And I've been thinking since that first day on the train. About what he said to me. About being my father's son versus being myself. And I don't want to be what my father was. I don't want to serve anyone, not the Dark Lord, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry. His grey eyes were clear. Young. Decided. I want to be on your side. If you'll have me. Wednesday looked at Harry. Harry had extricated himself from Gomez's embrace and was watching Draco with an unreadable expression. Then he crossed the corridor in 3 steps and extended his hand. Welcome, Harry said. Try not to be insufferable about it. Draco took his hand. Shook once. And something shifted in the air between them, not friendship, not yet, maybe never in the simple way that word implied. But alliance. Recognition. The beginning of something built on choice rather than inheritance. Behind Draco, Lucius Malfoy watched his son shake Harry Potter's hand, and the expression on his face was something Wednesday would remember for a long time, pride and terror and relief, all at once, the face of a father watching his child step off the path he'd laid and onto one of his own making. The Wizengamot deliberated for 4 hours. When they returned, the verdicts came swift and decisive. Albus Dumbledore, removed from the position of Chief Warlock. Formal censure recorded. Retained as Hogwarts headmaster, a compromise, pushed by those who argued that his magical expertise was still needed to protect the school, but subject to the newly established Independent Board of Educational Oversight. He would never again act without accountability. Cornelius Fudge, vote of no confidence. Not immediate removal, the political machinery didn't move that fast, but the beginning of the end. The vote was scheduled for January. Everyone in the chamber knew the outcome. The Ministry, structural reforms mandated. An independent Department of Magical Child Welfare, answerable to the Wizengamot directly rather than the Minister. Mandatory welfare checks for all magical children placed with non-magical guardians. The unsealing of all Ministry-classified family documents pertaining to minor children. Full restitution to the Potter estate, 147,000 galleons returned within 30 days. And, the detail that made Wednesday's mouth curve in something that was almost a smile, the establishment of a Citizen Oversight Committee, with the power to investigate and challenge Ministry actions. Its founding members included Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones, and, at Gomez's suggestion, passed with minimal opposition from a Wizengamot eager to appear reformist, a representative of Gringotts Bank. The goblins had their foot in the door of wizarding governance for the first time in 400 years. Ragnarok's letter arrived that evening, carried by a goblin courier rather than an owl, Miss Addams. The nation remembers its debts. Consider them mutual. Wednesday read it once, memorized it, and burned it. Allies everywhere. The board was clear. They returned to Hogwarts that evening. The castle felt different, lighter, perhaps, or maybe that was just how the world felt when you'd spent 3 months reshaping it and finally stopped to notice the change. The corridors were the same stone, the portraits the same moving faces, but something in the air had shifted. An old weight, lifted. An old silence, broken. The common room was full when they arrived. Not just Gryffindors, students from every house had crowded in, spilling through the portrait hole in defiance of house boundaries, waiting for them. When Harry and Wednesday climbed through, the noise was immediate and enormous. Hermione reached them first, throwing her arms around Harry with the unself-conscious force of someone who'd spent the entire day stress reading in the library and needed physical confirmation that her friends still existed. Neville was behind her, and Ron, and the twins, and then what seemed like half the school pressing in with questions and congratulations and the electric energy of people who'd just watched the world change and needed to be near the people who'd changed it. Harry handled it with grace, answering questions, accepting handshakes, smiling the real smile that reached his eyes. He'd practiced this, Wednesday knew, the public face, the performer's ease, but it wasn't false. He genuinely cared about these people. They were his, the way his magic was his, the way his name was his, claimed, owned, protected. Wednesday did not handle the crowd. She didn't need to. She stood at the edge and watched and let Harry be the center because that was his role, the face, the fire, the thing people rallied around. Her role was different. Hers was the architecture. The invisible structure that held the visible together. Eventually the crowd thinned. Eventually it was just them, their core, their unit, gathered around a common room fire as the hour grew late and the castle settled into sleep around them. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Fred, George, Wednesday. 7 people who'd started the year as strangers and ended it as something else, something that didn't have a name yet but felt permanent. Forged. So, Ron said, sprawled on the floor with his head propped on a cushion. We won, right? That's it. We won this battle, Wednesday said. She was in her armchair, it had become hers, everyone knew it, no one else sat there. The hearing. The public fight. The immediate crisis. Dumbledore is diminished. Fudge is finished. The ministry is restructuring. But? Hermione prompted. But Voldemort is still out there. Bodiless, weak, but alive. The prophecy still exists. And the stone, Wednesday touched her pocket. The stone is still a target, as long as it exists. What do we do with it? Neville asked. Wednesday looked at Harry. They'd discussed this. Late at night, just the two of them, weighing options. Destroy it, but the stone was Nicholas Flamel's, 600 years of work, and destroying another person's creation without their consent was its own kind of violation. Return it to Flamel, but that put an old man in danger, made him a target. Keep it, but carrying a target on your person indefinitely was unsustainable. Harry reached into Wednesday's bag, she transferred it there for safekeeping, and pulled out the stone. Blood red, warm, pulsing faintly with inner light. He held it up so everyone could see. We return it to Flamel, Harry said. With a warning and an offer. If he wants protection, the Addams family can provide it. If he wants to destroy it himself, that's his choice. But it's his creation and his decision. And Voldemort? Fred asked. Voldemort is a problem for another day. Harry pocketed the stone again. Right now, he's a spirit, weak, broken, fleeing. He'll try again. He'll find another host, another scheme, another path to power. And when he does, we'll be ready. We'll be older, George noted. Bigger. Scarier. We'll be trained, Hermione added. Properly trained. Not just midnight sessions, real preparation. We'll have allies, Neville said quietly. The Wisengamot. Gringotts. The public. We'll have each other, Ron said, and then went red, as though embarrassed by his own sincerity. Wednesday looked at them all, this strange collection of people who'd somehow become hers. A bookworm, a gardener, a chess player, 2 chaos agents, and a boy from a cupboard who'd become the most powerful young wizard in Britain. Her people. Her weapons. Her family, in the way that mattered most, chosen, tested, proven. The Pact, she said, looking at Harry across the firelight. The original one. Destroy the ministry, meaning, destroy the corruption, the negligence, the systems that fail children. Is it done? Harry thought about it. Really thought, his face going through the careful calculation she'd taught him over months of partnership, the weighing of goals against outcomes. The ministry isn't destroyed, he said. It's cracked. Enough light's getting in that the rot is visible. Enough pressure that it's changing, not because it wants to, but because it has to. He paused. Is that enough? For now. Wednesday leaned back in her chair. The pact was to make them answer. They've answered. What comes next is new, a new fight, a new goal, a new pact if we want one. Do we want one? Wednesday looked at him. Harry Potter, scarred, brilliant, burning with a power that the magical world was only beginning to comprehend. 3 months ago he'd been a boy in a cupboard, starved and beaten and forgotten. Now he sat in the center of a revolution he'd built, surrounded by people who'd follow him into darkness, holding a stone that could make gods jealous. And he was looking at her, at Wednesday Addams, the girl who'd climbed his fence and opened his cupboard and pulled him into the light like something born for it. Looking at her with those green eyes that held fire and trust and something else, something that neither of them was old enough to name yet but that felt like the beginning of a very long story. "I propose a new pact," Wednesday said. "Not destruction. Construction. We've torn down what needed tearing. Now we build what should exist in its place. A better system. Better protections. A world where cupboards are just cupboards and children are just children and no one ever has to choose between safety and freedom." "That's a bigger pact," Harry said. "We're bigger people than we were 3 months ago." Harry smiled. "The real one. The one that was just for her, that had nothing of performance or sharpness in it, just warmth, just certainty, just the quiet joy of being seen by someone who'd never look away." "Pact," he said. He extended his hand. She took it. They shook once, firm, final, familiar. Around them, the fire crackled and their friends breathed and the castle hummed with ancient magic, and outside the windows the December snow was falling soft and white over the grounds, covering everything in clean silence. The old world was buried beneath it, the world of cupboards and sealed wills and children sacrificed for the greater good. Above it, something new was growing. Something dark and bright at once. Something fierce. Something that looked a lot like 2 11-year-olds holding hands in the firelight, refusing to let go. The snow kept falling. The future kept opening. And somewhere in the night, a broken spirit fled across the world, weaker than it had ever been, pursued by the knowledge that the child it had marked was no longer a weapon waiting to be wielded. He was a force. And he wasn't alone. The fire burned low. One by one, the others drifted to bed, Ron with a yawn, Hermione with a book, Neville with a quiet good night, the twins with some whispered plan for tomorrow's mayhem. Until it was just Harry and Wednesday, as it always came back to. Just the two of them, in the quiet, in the dark. "Thank you," Harry said. "Not for the first time. Not for the last." "Don't thank me," Wednesday said. "We made a deal. I keep my deals." It was more than a deal. Yes. She didn't deny it. Couldn't, wouldn't. It was more than a deal. They sat in comfortable silence, the kind that exists between people who've seen each other's worst and best and chosen to stay. The kind that doesn't need filling. The kind that feels like home. Tomorrow there would be more. More battles, more plans, more enemies who hadn't yet learned that these two children were not to be underestimated. Voldemort would return. The Ministry would resist change. Dumbledore would try to regain lost ground. The world would keep being imperfect and broken and in need of people willing to break it further in order to rebuild. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, the fire, the silence, the snow, and the knowledge that whatever came next, they'd face it the way they'd faced everything since that summer day on Privet Drive. Together. Unafraid. Unbreakable. Wednesday closed her eyes. Harry closed his. The castle breathed around them, ancient and alive and changed. The pact was fulfilled. The story was just beginning.